Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C. pattern of conduct, the ongoing real-time documentation of what is the criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is the pattern of conduct underway by a public entity, that is the state of California, that is engaging in federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California. So this is group conduct. And this is the practicing of what are the criminal elements of monitoring amongst what is the demon possessed. And so this is what is documentation of terrorism as it is underway by a public entity in concert with the people of the state who are in the shoes of the government as this criminal system is in ceaseless operation. And as the state engages in this demented group conduct, this is revealing how the public entity, that is the state of California, that is in the United States of America, how terrorism of an American citizen plays out, what that looks like, how that is facilitated amongst a people, amongst a government, how it is public corruption in plain sight, and not only that, how you formulate policy and how you prosecute that which is demonic conduct, it's demonic activity, but that which is in no way impervious to prosecution in federal court, and being subject to ratification into federal policy. This is the P.O.C. It is Sunday, January 9, 2022. It's 10:44 a.m. It's WDN 231 8UMW 207 N104 HO, I believe, 8FYC 558. This is called patrolling by the demon possessed with the license plate on their car, 8SYS 239, 5SMT 801, LOVE M5, 8JJH 237, 7GDC 627, 6TJD 369, 7GZK 811, 7EKE 035, 6ZMN 817, 7DZ, can't really see that one, 4ETP 115. Those are minions coming from the B&G Plaza driveway where I'm located right now, the B&G Plaza. License 5X83012. The state keeping its fake sun over the vehicle at 630 North Fern, an ongoing molestation, the fake sun over the vehicle. 8GJD 326. 3SWZ 356, I believe, and American Towing going out of their way to molest as well while they're driving east on Hope Boulevard. And the state keeping its fake sun, that's at 10:25 a.m. As I remain at 630 North Fern. And as I showed you, as I documented, as I have consistently documented, the state's fake sun was over the 280 North Living Apartments as I'm at the Ovid Family Community Library at 10:13 in the morning. And I provided ample documentation as to what is one single way of amongst many different ways of understanding what is, first of all, a fake sun. It is literally that which is not the sun, not possibly the sun, and giving ample examples of what is the state's fake sun. 7BBT 205, 72268 E3, that's Frito-Lay, of the state's fake sun at the same time over me, maintaining the same position, central over my head. And then you're also understanding, not even looking at only the time that I'm giving you as far as examples of seeing what is a fake sun and stalking with light while the government's engaged in surveillance. That entirety of that playlist that I cite, 8PSV 243, I can't really see the rest of that one, with regard to where I'm coming from, and the state is keeping its fake sun, and I capture it at that same hour, at that same minute, while I'm referencing a specific video in my documentation with regard to 10:13 a.m. yesterday. But what I am citing, it's relevant to what is an entire playlist for that day. And so it's not only relevant to that minute and hour, where I'm coming from and where I'm going is also relevant. This is nothing but stalking with the fake sun. And the state's fake sun is remaining over 630 North Fern, not just over that street, but over the vehicle. All right. And neither is going to exist if it was actually the sun that's over the 280 North Limit Apartments. It's an ongoing, consistent documentation. It's not even in that direction. And the object is hovering over the apartment building, unmistakably. 8VCW 352, 6UWJ 244, 5SSA 565. 87264Y1, 8TIF 380, 8CAD 031, I believe, 8UNH 387, 2669 T12. And the state's fake sun is over the B&G Plaza right now. It's, like I stated, at 1047, coming from the Ontario Village Shopping Center. State's fake sun is over that venue, directed light inside of the entrance. As I'm walking in, that's ongoing surveillance inside of a private space, as that documentation reveals. And I'm also on surveillance cameras, so that is seen as well. And then I come down to what is the B&G Plaza, and that is with license plate 4WON 432, 6JUU 430, 6YJU 430. And that is the state with 10:48 a.m. Flying over, hovering over where the fake sun is over me. That's the people of the state using commercial airline planes, which is terrorism, while they are also listening to me document them. Omnitrans is also en route at 10:48 a.m. License 6FZC671, 6FZG671, 6BZL 155, 8XLN 874. License 1545907, I believe. 907. Yeah, that's Omnitrans. And it's 10:48 a.m. P.O.C. This is bus number 2363.
Route 61, Airport Terminal, Fontana.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride. La ley federal requiere máscaras a bordo y en las paradas. No máscara, no viaje.
Route 61, Airport Terminal, Fontana.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride. La ley federal requiere máscaras a bordo y en las paradas. No máscara, no viaje.
Route 61, Airport Terminal, Fontana.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride. La ley federal requiere máscaras a bordo y en las paradas. No máscara, no viaje.
It's supposed to show like the time, right?
Route 61, Airport Terminal, Fontana.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride. La ley federal requiere máscaras a bordo y en las paradas. No máscara, no viaje.
Route 61, Airport Terminal, Fontana.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride. La ley federal requiere máscaras a bordo y en las paradas. No máscara, no viaje.
What is today, the night, right?
Route 61, Airport Terminal, Fontana.
Took a long time.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride.
All right, so what you're listening to is, first of all, monitoring on my phone. All right, so the electronic bus pass that I have, this is requiring internet use, and the state is monitoring on my phone. The bus driver itself is monitoring on my phone. All the minions sitting on the bus and the demons are driving by molesting with directed light while they're monitoring on my phone, which my electronic bus pass is on. So understand how that works, by the way. R.S.I.I.S. included, while directed light on the bus, 7VWC175. And it's 10:52 a.m. And that's substantially slowing down the internet on my cell phone, with which I use to get on the very bus itself. So while they're literally monitoring and affecting the ability of the bus pass itself, and then you'll have the minion, the demon-possessed stalker that is monitoring your phone, then saying, oh, well, your bus pass isn't working, you can't. Do you understand how that works? And you're dealing with psychopaths in that regard. So anyway, that's what that is about, that prolonged period while I'm being molested with directed light. And this is Route 61, and it is 10:53 a.m. and the state's fake sun is moving through the window of the bus. 6WXX877, which is never going to occur. You're talking about remaining over the 280 North Limit Apartments, and the ongoing documentation is revealing the state keeping its fake sun into the evening, as though the sun, that fake sun, is in setting while it's in perfect alignment with the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library. But it's also not going to happen because the actual sun is not making any sort of migration of that method, hovering over an apartment building, and then all of a sudden just hovering, remaining in a specific window over a specific person, a specific vehicle, that is. All right, an absolute deviation. This is common sense. Okay, 8XMD181. So I just want to make sure I document that these demons are molesting while they're monitoring on my phone that has my bus pass on it, 8FBK004. And this employee on bus number 2363 appears to be a Latina female. She has like wavy, curly hair, shoulder length. And monitoring with all the demons under the fake sun in directed light, with which I was molested, 8MCX926, 8038783, and monitoring on my phone, 8TNR379, 6WXX877, which I read that one already. So all manner of the hallmarks and the elements are present while my electronic bus pass is being, by virtue of messing with the internet, you're messing with the ability for the bus pass to pull up. And so this is why you've got this prolonged period. What you're listening to is the monitoring on my phone and the inability to pull up that bus pass. That's Omnitrans again. I want to be clear. It's an Omnitrans bus pass. It's the ability to get on the bus. Omnitrans is monitoring. Omnitrans is a sex offender. Omnitrans engaged in a pattern of harassment. Omnitrans monitoring and molesting while I'm pulling up the Omnitrans bus pass on my phone that they are monitoring in violation of Title 18. All right, and that's the ongoing engagement and the pattern of conduct with psychopaths that are the people of the state, let alone the documentation that is a horrible campaign for such companies such as Omnitrans, while a fake sun, and that is indeed what it is, remains on me through the window of their buses. That's going to be the direct evidence that has layers of consequences for such companies like Omnitrans. It's currently 10:55 a.m. and that's what is ongoing pursuant to what I've already documented. 7KRP 480. And we are at Grove and Hope Boulevard. And you're just sitting around, a whole bunch of demons just sitting around as though they're separate from what's ongoing. It's literally, you're dealing with demons. Understand that. Absolute psychopaths. Absolute psychopaths. Whew. 6TJT014, I believe. 8VSS764. There is no, it's not a malfunction, it's internet. Just like flickering lights, they're demons. That's not a malfunction. 6TJT019 is the correct license plate. 6PTW645, 7PFN017, 85749D3, 5GKV318, Stater Brothers crossing path in a vehicle. Ontario Police Group stalking at Inter Auto, that's a car wash, adjacent to Country Village. At Grove and Holt, that intersection, that's the Ontario Police Department, under a fake sun that's nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library, en route toward what is, and remaining over me, and en route toward what is the city of Fontana. That's a demon-possessed stalker, and they are monitoring 85749D3 with the Ontario Police. Brown face, demon-possessed stalkers, monitoring with law enforcement. Passing by state facilitating venue 1555, the United States Postal Service, where group stalkers are maintaining presence in that parking lot. 8EGV134. License 8MEF515. 8TB. I can't really see the rest of them. We are actually at Corona and Holt Boulevard, where we just passed the county office at 1647 West Holt, at Comfort Suites, where these apartments are, approaching Vineyard Avenue. We're at a red light. And it's 10:56 a.m., 10:57 a.m. At what is the Starbucks at Vineyard and Holt, crossing by that third-party facilitating venue, AEG V134, touching with directed light through the bus while they're on the passenger side of the bus. While the fake sun is on the, they're on the driver's side of the bus. The fake sun is on the passenger side of the bus. The state touching with directed light. 7KRP 480, in case I didn't read that one. And approaching what is the Ontario airport. It's 10:58 a.m. Alrighty, showing you the fake sun while I'm on the bus at 11 a.m., 10:57, 10:58 a.m. You see the demons that are the people of the state lined up along the property while the fake sun is moving in real time, remaining over me. They're using their vehicles as a chain of light, that's a chain of communication devices, maintaining group presence while I'm on a vehicle and the state's fake sun is remaining over me, and anywhere near what is the Ovid Family Community Library, the entrance of that Ovid Family Community Library, like the state engages in while I remain at that venue, okay? 8KDR 123 5GA. Oh, I can't really see that one. And you see the minions on the bus in operation of their communication devices while direct light and a fake sun is remaining on the bus. All right, and the minions get on the bus at a bus stop that's formed for stalking in the path while I'm in operation of a communication device under the fake sun and indirect light. 8HBS 758. Ontario Police under the same fake sun vehicle 1000A. Bell cab, vehicle 1733, license 2252OY1, 91918L2. And also in video, you see the directed light spanning across on the bus. That's the ongoing terrorism that you're subject to while you're being surrounded with that which is engineered light, while demons create activity getting on and off the bus, while they are focused on what I'm doing, which is accomplishing what is monitoring me with communication devices. 7UDR 301. And it's currently 11:02 a.m. and I did capture that video. This is while she is driving off of Vineyard, and you see the fake sun right over my head on the driver's side. She makes a turn and the fake sun moves to the passenger side of the bus. That is maintaining very precise placement over me, including where I'm seated on the bus. 8HBS 758. Best Western Plus is monitoring. Let me get this license plate first. 8 P.O.C. 924. Best Western Plus, license 12308 into the Ontario Airport Convention Center. They're using that commercial vehicle to engage in federal stalking crossing path under the fake sun. Let's see. This is the shuttle bus doing the same stalking with light in the path. 18248F3, license 10629G3. TCP 29766. That's the number on that vehicle. Bell cab 4747LP1, 16559G2. That's Bell cab. Stalking with light using their hazards. This is the old crusty fart covering up his license plate while he's stalking at the bus stop. License 8536T handicap. In operation of his communication device, creating light activity using his hazards under the fake sun, and it stopped in front of what is the Omnitrans bus stop in order to be in the path with light. All right, monitoring with the Ontario Police Department, who are group stalking on Holt Boulevard and group stalking at the airport under the same exact elements, the same exact fake sun and indirect light. All right, they're demons all together. Those are demons that work for a police agency, a specific one to be pulled out of what is that threat 8HYG544, that threat that they pose while they are psychopaths and criminals in such positions. The demons on the bus are monitoring with the demons of the Ontario Police Department together. 7UHB466, and this is employee number 3017. That's what the display says, but the African American, oh no, she wasn't African American. The female that I documented before, I can't see that license plate. The female that I documented before that had the same employee number, so recall that. Like I said, I document what the display says, and it does say employee number 3017. It's 11:05 a.m. Let me show you the Ontario airport, now on airport. Alrighty, it's 11:06 a.m. and I did show you a video at 11:05 going on the what is Airport Road, and that's what I mean by show you the airport on airport. I'm showing you the Ontario airport, now driving in an opposite direction off of the property of the airport and on what is Airport Road. Driving in the opposite direction than we were on the property of the airport, where the state was keeping its fake sun in perfect alignment with me, going what is east, then keeping it in perfect alignment with me as she's on Airport Road driving west, keeping it in perfect alignment over the bus as she then drives north on Archibald Avenue. All right, I showed you this at 11:23 at 11:19 a.m. While I'm on the Omnitrans bus, and I'm showing you the fake sun. This is the same conduct at a different time, where again, it's relevant at 11:23 because I arrive at the same destination. I'm on the same route, and the state is following with that which is supposed to be the sun, all right, which is not going to be based on some individualized schedule that I have. If that's supposed to be the sun, then it's going to be there at 11:20. That's just the ongoing analysis, let alone remaining over the 280 North Limit Apartments, all right? Let alone already being over the Fontana Lewis Library, as I documented days ago, as I arrived there at around 11 o'clock in the morning. All right, that's not the case because the state is stalking with a fake sun. And the demons, those are terrorists. You see these crusty-faced demons that are monitoring and stalking with communication devices under that fake sun. And while they're being documented, engaging in the conduct of such psychopaths, 8ZUU523. And they're doing so under what is that light source monitoring, and also engaging in what is stalking in the path while that directed light and that fake sun is present. All right, they're engaging in the criminal conduct in violation of Title 18 on camera as well. They're monitoring. That's interstate stalking, and the elements that the state is maintaining and that they are all contributing to together as well. That's what you're looking at while they're under a fake sun and in directed light, monitoring with the demons who are surrounding, including the Ontario Police Department. All of them are a circuit of communication devices, if you will, and they all together are demons that are surrounding all together while they are monitoring the documentation of their criminal system in operation. All right, it's currently 11:08 a.m. and I did capture that video, and I do want to cite what I was stating is the significance of the display says employee number 3017, all right, which is the employee number that I referenced before. But again, I'm just revealing, reading what the display says. Omnitrans is a criminal, and Omnitrans is also monitoring the documentation. They're hostile to it. Whoever it is that they're citing, whatever it is that they're citing, I'm going to document that, and that is also to be dealt with upon prosecuting such companies engaged in that pattern of conduct with the government. You're dealing with demons who are liars. Satan is a liar. The demon-possessed are liars. And they're dangerous psychopaths. You're never going to get the truth out of them, and this is why you prosecute based on the abnormal environment that they're in. That reveals also the abnormal entity that you are encountering. All right, you're dealing with the dead, the living dead, that are engaging in what is supposed to be an unspoken system. All right, so you are forcing open what is revealing that system by virtue of what they are doing, how they're doing it, and the circumstances under which they're doing it. So, like I said, it is employee number 3017. That's what the display says. All right, and again, I documented employee number 3017 who likes to engage in sexual molestation, and subject to that same molestation today, 8CED133, both on the bus and upon arrival of the bus. And you have the same conduct of following with the fake sun over me on the bus as well, while the same employee number is documented. So just want to point all that out. He's passing what is Porsche Way and Inland Empire at 11:10 a.m. 8CED133, 7MGZ409, 8WAS 653. GTH173, 5UNV400. Ferrari and Inland Empire at 11:11 a.m. Eight EBC 648, I believe. I'm sorry, 5 EBC 648. Ontario Police Group stalking on Milliken right now, under the fake sun, stopping at a loitering at a red light at Milliken and Inland Empire, under the fake sun at 11:12 a.m. Monitoring with 5813OD3 and employee number 3017. They're all monitoring together. This is the AM/PM at the intersection of Milliken and Inland Empire. That's a facilitating venue, monitoring with law enforcement. License 5FUB585, crossing path with law enforcement. 7SYS 767, monitoring, stalking with law enforcement of the Ontario Police Department. All right, license plate. That's a demon, the white-faced demon you saw on the bus, monitoring with a communication device, stalking with audible activity as I get it. That's a demon. Alrighty, license. Woo! 8YFB854. 8AVC 719, 8JMF 470. Got that one right. And that's all that they're doing. They're literally just maintaining 7SZD 367, maintaining presence, and then waiting for the opportunity to keep surrounded with activity. All right. So this demon presses the stop request. That's a means of stalking with audible activity. 7ZMN 330. And you saw those demons that are sitting in the front of the bus in operation of their communication devices. That's terrorism. All right, and they're doing so with Omnitrans. Alrighty, it is currently 11:13 a.m. Directed light while those demons cross paths getting off the bus. 8AUK242, 8SPE383, 8MLA264, 92385N2. 8KHF 726, Enterprise crossing path. 7HLG 302, BF 61836 paper. 6ZOX 921, 8FXR 860. This is the Ontario Mills where the fake sun is remaining over the bus. 8ZAD 841, 8MLB 431. Alrighty, and in the same way that you see on 7UZ5317, I believe, in the same way that you see the State's Fake Sun 5ZXB672, the State's Fake Sun at Vineyard and Hall, on the side of the bus, and then it switches to the opposite side of the bus as the bus driver turns. 5Z220S7, I believe. 8LIV480. That's exactly what the state is doing while she turns onto Archibald from airport. She turns north on the airport, 4YGM067, and then the bus, while it makes that turn on the airport, the State's Fake Sun moves to the passenger side of the bus. Understand the state is maintaining precise presence over the bus, just going from side to side of it, passenger to driver's side. 7XDF 597, I believe. And it's currently 11:15 a.m. And that's what you are witnessing in that video is also 8RNE 996, 7XGE 038. 8VYS 509, 5WJP 205, 8MGP 188, 6NPM 798, 8M 7VNS 533, 904 MFN, I believe that looks like an out-of-state plate, 4KZU 483. 8SHR 403, 6TJP 938.
Route 61, Fontana.
Federal law requires masks on board.
1410074, directed light while that Omnitrans supervisor vehicle 489, a Latino male with a mustache, crossing path, stalking. 78BY 421. 602 60424B3, 8ULJ 938. AC02M41, paper. $43687D3. And this is all patrolling at the area where I'm at on the bus at the bus stop, 4GOF 301, and McDonald's is engaging in P.O.C. This is formed for demons to stalk in the path. 7WPF 294, directed light, 8HPN 536, while they're patrolling in and out of that driveway, stalking in the parking lot, and they're all monitoring together. McDonald's is a facilitating venue with regard to that. 7MKY 302, 7FD, I can't really see the rest of them. 7VCA 995, 6UGD 921. And this is what I'm reading. They're patrolling at the bus in directed light under the fake sun that's remaining stationary at the bus stop. All right, including Omnitrans, including the Ontario Police Department. It's 11:18 a.m. Alrighty, showing you the fake sun that's remaining positioned over the bus at the Ontario Mills bus stop while I'm reading those license plates of those demons that are crossing path. And understand they're stalking. They even cross path at the moment they do. Understand demonic activity at the second that they do as they're listening to what I'm documenting. 8LTD 180, EG 586 handicap, 8UAZ 197, 31109E2, 5YPZ 128. And I'm also speaking to what is directed light while they're crossing path, impossible light activity. And I also show you what is also the fake sun that's over the bus. And at 11:19 a.m. Just for purposes of illustration, not only have I shown you the state's fake sun in motion while I'm on the Ontario, on the ground of the Ontario airport, this was days ago, going what is east on the property and then going west again at 11:23, showing you the fake sun in motion as we are on Airport Road, just like I did this morning at 11:04, and then I showed you again minutes later the state's fake sun going in the west direction, remaining in the window, and then remaining over the bus as you see it as we drive the north on Archibald Avenue, doing the same thing at an entirely different time. Not only that, you're talking about what is the state's fake sun that remains over the 280 North Limit Apartments as I remain in Ontario at the Ovid Family Community Library, as I showed you upon my arrival. The state's fake sun remains over me at the B&G Plaza, as I've documented, as I did not even get on the bus. You're talking about days ago, as I showed you at 11:50 a.m. the stationary presence of the state's fake sun at that B&G Plaza, contrary to what I had documented the day prior, where the state's fake sun moved, as I documented employee number 3017, molesting me, and then I go to the city of Fontana. That was the whole point of that documentation. All right, you're talking about what is a single timestamp for illustrating the point of stalking with light. And the minions such as BF75H07, a paper plate, and a black Dodge, crossing path, which is stalking, doing so as a group, as the demon possessed on behalf of the government, including the Ontario Police Department, while a fake sun remains over me on a bus that is en route to Fontana. All right, and so that's what I captured in video right now, and I'm just reminding you of all the points of what I've already established in the impossibility. You're looking at demons that are surrounding on the bus. They're monitoring with that activity that is focused on me, the fake sun that is focused on me. They're all monitoring with communication devices. All right, and it is currently 11:21 a.m. and we are now on what is going to turn into San Bernardino Avenue eventually. 4th Street turns into San Bernardino Avenue. And I also want to point something else out in the video that I just captured of the fake sun, and then the bus driver immediately starts taking off. Everything that the entity does is based on me. Walmart is crossing path. right now at 11:22 a.m. at Barrington and 4th Street. You see what is directed light, and it appears on the inside panel of the bus. That is light that is being shot horizontally, 8CSY281, into what is the depth of a bus while a vehicle is driving what is beside the bus on the outside of the bus. That's impossible light. That's directed light. You're also witnessing what is a demon that is intentionally stalking. That's the ongoing signature of the demon possessed, of the stalker, and the vicarious group stalker on behalf of the state. While you see that directed light, and also as they continue driving by and I show you the license plate of that vehicle, and that impossible light is present on the inside panel of the bus, 8UCN 407. This is the ongoing conduct on the Omnitrans bus while they're engaging in terrorism and molesting with directed light. This is what I'm capturing on video. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely impossible. While also I showed you what is the fake sun that is also behind the bus, like above the bus. That's not light activity. First of all, it's not sunlight, and that's never going to occur even if the sun was above. 8CUV 426. You're looking at what is directed light that's flashing, which is necessarily horizontally into the doorway in order to touch that inside door panel, that black panel on the inside of the bus. All right, I'll show you this. And then also, as that group stalker continues driving, directed light is on the curb along the passenger side of that vehicle while they are stalking in the path, driving past that bus after crossing path. All right, and so I just want to point that out as well. That's what I pointed out in the video. They're demons. They're doing nothing but stalking, and that light activity is what is ongoing while demons fill the bus. They stalk with audible activity as they are both getting on, getting off, requesting stops, as the bus drivers themselves stop at what are not even bus stops, okay, in order to maintain activity creation. I've documented this, and also engaging in the pattern of conduct with regard to the entity that's acting through the Ontario Police Department, through Omnitrans itself, and these are the third parties who are reciting their license plates while I'm being molested with that impossible light activity. Okay, it is currently 11:24 a.m. at Kaiser Way and San Bernardino Avenue. I can't really see that one. Passing Prologis, 13230 San Bernardino Avenue. San Bernardino Avenue, passing Prologis Drive at 11:25 a.m. An hour ago, down to the minute, 10:25 a.m., the state's fake sun remained over the vehicle as I remain at the vehicle. The third party, Tracy Banks, with license 4WON 432, did not come to the vehicle to move it until 10:25, and the state's fake sun remained positioned over the windshield. In direct conflict with what I've shown you. Again, 10:13 in the morning, it's over the 280 North Lemon Apartments as I arrive. Again, following from that, as I've shown you time and time again, 10:17 a.m. it's over the B&G Plaza. All right, 10:17 a.m. I'm also remaining at what is the Ontario, well, not the Ontario, coming from the Ontario Village Center, remaining at Gator Glass. Or these are all the conflicting areas in opposite directions, not coexisting with maintaining central presence. This is impossible with this hovering light source. So I just want to be clear, 10:25 a.m., 11:25 a.m. right now. An hour ago, the state's fake sun remained over 630 North Vernon, did not move until she moved the vehicle, which is moving me. All right, and then again follows to the Ontario Village Shopping Center, remains in the window of the vehicle as she then drives east on Holt to get to the B&G Plaza, and that is where the state's fake sun remains, and then moving as it is now, as I'm showing you, as I'm documenting on my podcast, as I then get on the bus. And that is what is stalking with light. And again, this is Pacific Standard Time, so the state is doing that. You're talking about what is common sense, providing answers to questions that no one seems to ask. PB08X5, that's a demon stalking in the path, listening to what I'm stating. They also try to be a distraction as I analyze what the government is engaging in. That's what that's about. That's how they are also stalking with activity. They're demons and they're psychopaths. But you're talking about Pacific Standard Time, 10:25 a.m. Okay, that's 12:25 Central Standard Time, and that would be 1:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you have only one sun. All right, and so TOPTARP, like that's the license plate. You have what is the maintenance of what's supposed to be the sun in one state, in one city, on one street, over one person. It's entirely over me while it's aiming through the windshield. It is that exclusive. It is also exclusive with regard to what the government is doing with that which is not the sun, because you're talking about what is to the exclusion of any other location. That means in Los Angeles County, they are not going to have any sun in their sky space 8N99202. And that is also and that is because the light source itself is remaining over me, and it is also doing it on a random schedule. It's random because it's based on what I'm doing. Okay, so you're talking about B&G Plaza not having that light source over the building, over that parking lot, contrary to what I document when I'm there, because when I don't go anywhere in that direction, all right, when I go up Mountain Avenue through Upland to get on the Route 66, there's no light source over the B&G Plaza that day. And that's not jiving with what the actual sun is, which is consistent, which is a star, which is a gigantic star that is not maintaining unique presence in one city, one county, over one person. And what would be consistent, it would have relative presence with regard to the locations that you're documenting it, and there would be nothing interesting to see there. Okay, because you're going to see what is at the relatively the same time in the same location if that's the actual sun. That is not what I'm showing. All right, it's at the same time if I go to the same place at the same time, but if I engage in a departure, going somewhere totally different, remain for a longer time or a shorter time, you see that light source moving right along above my head. That's stalking with light, and it's also pursuant to Pacific Standard Time, 8WVP 978. In other words, you're talking about, for example, again, let me remind you what I showed. I give an example of another vantage point of witnessing stalking with light, and revealing what not only the state of California is doing, this is necessarily the rest of the country, or at least Memphis, Tennessee. Okay, you're the state of Tennessee. In Memphis, Tennessee on November 17th, the fake sun is remaining over me in California, which is a matter of documentation. It's a matter of published record. But what you see on public information, surveillance camera, made possible by what was an act that occurred to a public figure, that is a rapper, Young Dolph, who was killed on November 17, 2021. At the same time when I'm showing you the fake sun hovering over me in the state of California in a single county, when I'm taking what is a specific route, Route 61, to Fontana Lewis Library, and between the time that he is killed in the state, they're under what is a hovering light source that does not coexist and is not possible while it is hovering over me, while I am at the Fontana Lewis Library, while I'm approaching the Fontana Lewis Library. The entirety of that object is hovering over me. That is not anywhere over any other state line, county line, let alone in Memphis, Tennessee, 7GDX 648. And that is understanding what the rest of the country is doing as well. And so when you're talking about that exclusive documentation, again, you're talking about what the rest of the country is doing, and you're understanding when you witness the demons of the Ontario Police Department, what their role is with regard to what is state surveillance. This is what the country is engaging in. And those are just those are the implications with regard to what the documentation reveals. You're talking about stalking with a fake sun, and so you're going to hold it to that standard, and you're not possibly the sun with what I'm showing you. The entity is stalking with light, but then it doesn't go. It goes even farther than that. You're stalking with the fake sun over me in a specific county on many days at a specific address, one address for the duration of the day on one street. That is remaining all day long. And then it's not just, like I said, California and where I am is not the center of the universe. The United States is not the center of the universe. All right, because you're talking about what is Pacific Standard Time, as I'm showing you all day from morning until evening with a light source. That's to the exclusion of any other state with this light source over me. 51886B3, 8KGT871, 8LZN629, 8YCK108, 8YMF283, 8LWK436, 6YGC661, 2VFD596. It is to the exclusion of every other location. The object itself remains over me, remains over the building, and you also see the that engineered light, which is not sunlight, but it's showing where that object is focused, where its concentrated light is. All right, 6KAW013. That's to the exclusion of every other place, and it is probative with regard to what the country is doing, the rest of the country. CA30Z72. That's paper. And like I said, that's an illustration that I've already given you with regard to November 17th, 2021. What the state does on a daily basis is revealing what the entity has been doing for a very long time, and all the ways in which it does that, and the roles that the demon-possessed play, the roles of law enforcement, the roles of medical professionals, the roles of the people of the state in whatever capacity that they have, the roles of commercial actors, businesses, 58LF404. It's demonic at its core. It's the absence of normalcy in society. It's the ongoing business of what is criminal by a government, doing it in concert with the people. All right, and that's all that the entity is concerned with, contrary to what the United States, the state of California, puts out about itself, represents itself as, concerns itself with, right? On the surface. It tries to contrast itself with other countries. When you're understanding federal group stalking and monitoring, actually we are not so different at all. Not at all. We're actually even worse, because at least the other countries are upfront about the rights that their citizens don't have. 6J EU 500. You're talking about an absolute con in the United States, where not only the government is surveilling you, but the people of the state, those that are surrounding you, are surveilling you. All right, that's the absolute height of hypocrisy. And 6JBG 989, and it is that which is the con of the government, the con of a people, and their condition is one of demon possession. It's not just criminal. This is demonic. All right, this is Satan itself engaging in operation over a government, operation of a people, engaging in seeking to conceal the existence of that system, and engaging in conduct that is seeking to maintain tabs on everyone. And let me be clear, Satan wants to be a god. Satan wishes that it were a god, and exercising influence over inferior people, their puppets. 7V CD 480 does not equate Satan with a god. 6WFL 692 8HJC 535. You're talking about what's engaging in criminal conduct amongst the people in the natural in order to exercise influence and keep tabs on everyone. That's essentially what the government is doing, and it's demonic while the government does that. The elements that are employed, the methods employed, are revealing what is demon possession. At Citrus and San Bernardino Avenue at 11:34 a.m. This is bus number 2363. And I recited the license plate. I'll recite it again when I get off of the bus at the Fontana Metrolink train station and show you the fake sun right over my head. License 8YZP816. Group stalking at Citrus and Foothill. This is bus number 5857. License 8XAZ828. License 6ZVH837. 04986E3. We do catering in Taquisas. 909-645-1115. APVs, that's a commercial vehicle, engaging in terrorism, directed light in the shade while they drive past the vehicle, in the shade that where the fake sun is over the passenger side of the bus, and so you've got the enlarged shadow of the bus on the ground of the driver's side, which is engineered light. It's an enlarged shadow while the state is hovering over the bus with the light source. While that commercial vehicle drives through the shade, substantial directed light by that commercial vehicle, reading that license plate, reading that company name, and reading that phone number, engaging in that terrorism while they are crossing paths, stalking. And while Omnitrans stops, a demon is crossing path 7STTT781, I believe. A demon is crossing path getting on the bus. They're monitoring together. I want to be clear. A demon driving by, a demon walking by, they're pacing. It's repeatedly crossing path. Stopping again right now is what is at Oleander and San Bernardino Avenue. That's what they're engaging in. PRV 989. BU18466 paper. 8VSE 574.
Cypress Avenue.
4WUS 687. 7UHT 529. 8LWX 470. 8EKW 316. 7LAX 083. 7LXW 276. Fake sun over the property, and over the bus, but as it's moving on San Bernardino Avenue. So this is where I'm reading license plates of third party. 7XVJ 481. 16516 San Bernardino Avenue. 8ETF 275. VHE 46, or I can't see the rest one. 633 6652, I believe. I can't really see that one that clearly. 8 NDR 190. We are at Jennifer, I believe. Yeah, and I showed you on video the state's fake sun remaining in the window at this property that I identified by address, where the state then turns its fake sun at the corner at the same time that the bus turns. Okay, that's stalking with a fake sun. That's exactly what the entity is doing right now. 8FRJ 597, 7CRW 379, 8876603, 7SUA 295, 14849V1, 6VXH 509. And it's currently 11:38 a.m. Eight EKW 318, 7K IJ 707, 7 PKU 620.
You have one more over there? One more? Next.
8 MMD 211, 6 BFD 209, I believe.
Stop requested.
5 AUU 231, 6 FCR 6 FCR 178.
South Fontana Transit Center.
JGR 1266.
Lost 19.
8 FED
329.
754.
On the right. Victorville Valley
6
Transit.
MAP 375.
And VB. Length.
23934 S1. 3GSE 816. 8 FSP 559. 8 HGF 995. This is patrolling in traffic, and these are demons patrolling onto the bus. Indirect light and under the fake sun. This is demonic activity. And in the plaza, they're patrolling in the parking lot. Coming from the stores, these demons know exactly where I'm at. So they're patrolling in and out of the parking lot, crossing path as the bus is stopped. This is ongoing intentional conduct. It's demonic. 8KCC 835. And this is the plaza at Marigold and Sierra. It's anchored by El Super. All right. And I've documented them before. 6MYN 706. CA 61494 paper. 8JFJ 946. States Fake Sun at Sierra Avenue and Marigold. 6JZT 265. 6VOY 304. 7ETH 360. 7PPT 941. 6JZM 126. This is called patrolling. 6RHS 366. Those are demons repeatedly crossing paths. The demons that are sitting on the bus are all monitoring, getting up and changing seats, just like this white t-shirt, black pants with a blue cap on. He's a demon stalking in the path. As I move, he moves seats to sit right here. He's crossing path. They're demons. He's doing so under the fake sun that's remaining over the bus as well. All right. 8TQH 823. Fontana 8UNJ. Oh no, that's not Fontana PD. That's a vehicle that looks like Fontana PD. License 8729. I can't see the rest of that one. 73402 handicap. This is Omnitrans 1545817. Bus number 2347. Directed light while they cross path in the shade. All right. Doing so while the fake sun is on the opposite side of the bus. That's stalking with light. That's a demon. And all the demons sitting on the bus, that's facilitating conduct. They're monitoring with communication devices. Light activity, relevant positioning. The demon possessed engaging in interstate stalking. (6KLC 645), 8HQS 372, 7CAC 339, W135VO, 6VSB 006. 8 JTZ 424, 7 WNC 641, 5 NEX 858, 8 CLW 873, 8 AT, I read that one, 8 GNS 177, 8 MJT 318, 6MLW250, 7PEH179, 4WXH029, 8PBM638. All of those demons crossing paths with directed light. Every single last one of them. 6ABC155. 6ACB155, excuse me. 7CGA088. 6N73818. 6XCV232. 6JGM912. 8HUK104. 7UHA190. Alrighty, 11:44 a.m. Showing you what is the state's fake sun that is right over the top of the bus. Concealing, it's trying to conceal the fake sun, which again, putting it right over the center of the bus so that I can't see it from the window. It's maintaining presence over the vehicle as it is driving north of Sierra Avenue. In doing so, while again the psychopath is monitoring the documentation. And let me be clear. First of all, that's not the sun. Second of all, the state is following street by street, turn by turn with the fake sun. Second of all, even if that was the sun, which it's not, the state's fixing, you see the directed light while those demons are waiting to engage in crossing a path. They're waiting to engage in stalking. They're stalking by getting on and off the bus. Directed light while that door is open. That's not sunlight. That's not ever going to occur. Ever. That's directed light. 7UHA190 crossing path. 5VZP94L. And so she does open the back, or the driver does open the back door so you can see the light sort of glaring right over me as the door is open. And that's directed light while they're opening the front door. Those are demons stalking with light. 8BIE826. In other words, directed light coexisting with their crossing in path. 8PBM638 crossing path again, which is what is a demon stalking with light. Okay? 7BIH184. 4GVG590, 8UEH128, 93460E2, 9475. I can't see the rest of that one. 15209G3 is loitering in relevant position behind the bus. 7PPD 353, 8 LTL 837, 7EDV 987. They're all crossing paths with directed light. They're demons stalking with light, okay? It's the same thing as the demons drive by the vehicle that I'm sleeping in. This entity is stalking. And as they drive by, directed light inside of the vehicle. Those are demons stalking with light, okay? While the state keeps the fake sun over me and the demon-possessed engage in crossing paths. 7CHS446. This is the maintenance of what is directed light while demons patrol all around where I remain. They're demons. It's demonic. Stalking with light is absolutely demonic. And you're understanding that ongoing, consistent, coexisting hallmarks of stalking with light. It's entirely demonic. It's also understanding what is terrorism while satanic activity is practiced by a government. R994RO. And that's also the sex offender. 1420240. That's Omnitrans. 45656G3. And then you got a whole bunch of demons just sitting on the bus stalking around while I'm documenting them, while they're monitoring. That's what they're doing. That's why the fake sun is over and directed light is present. 9793883, I believe. Can't really see that one. 8GPM206, as you can see, as my documentation reveals, as you have witnessed by the way I handle the demon possessed. First of all, they're inferior. All right, and I sense that inferiority. That's why you're able to discern that which is lesser than you. There is no authority. Satan has no authority. Second of all, they're all stalking me. I care not about what a bunch of demon-possessed, group-stalking sex offenders think. They're obsessed with what's going on with my panties when I'm in the bathroom. They're concerned and obsessed with where I'm sleeping, what I'm eating, everything that I'm doing, and nothing about that prosecution is going to be slowed down. I do not care about what a demon-possessed, what a psychopath thinks. I could not care less. That's why I continue to document them and show who all that they are, because they're pathetic. All right, I don't care about what these minions think. They're all inferior, all of them, and they're listening to the truth about them because they're sitting up stalking me, and that's not a secret anymore. And their condition isn't a secret either, and that's why they're in a cartoon environment with a fake sun over them, and that's exactly what I'm revealing about them. All right, and there's even more repercussions from that to occur. Directed light spanning across like it's Star Trek while these psychopaths listen to me, and this is employee 3316. All right, let me be clear. Omnitrend's choosing employees that have already been documented before as well. These are tactics of Satan. They're pathetic. They choose the same employees that I've specifically documented. That's intentional as well. 3316 engaging in that terrorism while that Star Trek light activity is ongoing on the bus. While I talk about how pathetic they are. H*VERMA 5AMK919. They're the same entity. 7NTN66, I believe. Can't really see that one. 7WML673, 7TMN315, 7ZVW013. All right, and the directed light that I showed you that occurred at the Ontario Mills while that demon was crossing path on the passenger side, not the same directed light conduct. The state is shooting directed light, if you will. That was directed light that was flashing onto the panel on the interior of the wall. Equally impossible. All right, equally prosecuted as terrorism, but the state is shooting directed light like lasers through the bus while those demons are crossing paths in the exact same manner, driving by. Impossible light. They're demons stalking with light. 7LMU878. And those are the type you ship out of the country if they're not natural born citizens. 8JUS330. 8JLA577. License plate 6Z61888. WCK Will Polished and Tires 909-559-9384. License plate 91623B2. Alrighty, it is currently, by the way, 11:50 a.m. and this is P.O.C. Alrighty, that is employee number 3316 taking over for the sex offender identified as employee number 3017. Omnitrends likes to molest while they're stalking and surveilling with the government, doing so under what is a company name, which is none other than what is the guides for the government's engagement in surveilling American citizens. And that's exactly what Omnitrends has revealed. They're not doing anything but engaging in criminal conduct, okay? Using a bus line when they appear to engage in ongoing stalking and sexual violence and harassment while you document the fact that they're doing it. So anyway, this is license 1545907, employee number 3316, bus number 2363, arriving at what is 11:50 a.m., fake sun over my head. And as I pointed out in that video, 11:50 a.m., as I showed you just the other day, as I remain at the B&G Plaza and I did not get on the bus, I intentionally did not, in order to juxtapose the state's fake sun remaining over me as I come to what is the city of Fontana. And on that day, I remained at the B&G Plaza, captured video at 11:50 as I remained there at the B&G Plaza facing south, showing you what it was, the remaining of that fake sun over my head. And then 3 minutes later, 11:53 a.m., I show you the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department again engaging in stalking, just like I have done many, many times. And the state's fake sun remained in the city of Ontario, follows to what is the Ovid Family Community Library, where I arrived there at a later time, by the way. This is what I captured at 12:34 p.m. But I'm showing you yesterday morning, the state's fake sun as I arrive at that venue earlier in the morning, remaining in the city of Ontario. It's over that building at 10:13 in the morning. Whereas on the day where I remain at B&G Plaza, I was there, the state's fake sun following and not present over the 280 North Lemon Apartments, over the Ovid Family Community. This is the ongoing cumulative documentation of stalking with light. All right, and that's what demons are doing. The demons are the people of the state. The demons are engaging in crossing path. It doesn't matter how they're doing it. They're crossing path while they're getting on and off the bus. They're crossing path while they're driving around. They're crossing path while they are flying over me in planes and helicopters. They're doing it while ongoing engineered light remains present. That is the demonic formula. They're also maintaining audible activity. This is why demons stalk with noise. This is the terrorism that they engage in together while they are monitoring with communication devices. And at 11:50 a.m., where I have gotten on the bus and come from the B&G Plaza, that is, you juxtapose that with the impossibility of that being the sun at 11:50 a.m. Just a couple days ago, when I don't even leave the city of Ontario. I go from the B&G Plaza to the Ovid Family Community Library, which is how I'm able to capture at 12:34, which again is a pivotal time that I use for further illustration, all right, of what is stalking with a fake sun. But I don't leave Ontario. I go to the Ovid Family Community Library and I show you the fake sun at 12:34 p.m. But I've gone from the B&G Plaza to the city of Fontana, and at 11:50 a.m. at the Fontana Metrolink train station, the state is maintaining that fake sun over my head. And you're also looking at what else? Directed light. And who was present in the path while that fake sun and that engineered light surrounds constantly? The people of the state, who are vicariously present on behalf of the government. This is demonic activity, and the demon-possessed are engaging in what is interstate stalking. They are monitoring, stalking, and concentrating and using communication devices to do so. This is ongoing surveillance, and it's entirely demonic. Stalking with light is straight the conduct of Satan. Okay, this is the demon possessed, and that's why I'm able to capture that. And that's the ongoing documentation of what is not a sun. That's a fake sun. While omnitrans vehicles cross paths with me, while they are stalking, that is, as they drive by, a demon does not drive by. A demon does not walk by. A demon crosses path. This is group stalking. As they cross path, directed light coexists with that. They're demons, and they're engaging in what is state surveillance. And you have witnessed that ongoing direct evidence of that. It's absolutely impossible. I mean, you're witnessing what is demon possession in the natural. That's how you're able to see it, because I've shown you what you're looking at, ATTU191. And it is inexplicable conduct. It's inexplicable because it's impossible because it's straight out of hell. All right, and it is terrorism while the government engages in that. And you're talking about what is documentation of stalking with fake sun, stalking with light, while I remain, again, because I want to reiterate, I remain in Ontario at 11:50 a.m. at the B&G Plaza, fake sun over my head, and that's just one timestamp. I've captured 11:50 a.m. in the city of Rancho Cucamonga at In-N-Out. All right, I've captured 11:50 a.m. remaining at the Ontario Village Shopping Center. Okay, I've captured 11:50 a.m. many times, including in years prior to this, which is relevant to what is same time of year, even down to the same minute or hour, which I also expounded upon a couple days ago on my website, thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. So anyway, my point is I have thoroughly made this point with regard to a specific time as a means of analyzing what is a fake sun. And you're talking about what is remaining in Ontario at 11:50. It's directly over my head. Remaining over my head as I go to Open Family Community Library. Remaining at that venue. And then going from the city of Ontario at that venue, starting at that venue, that location, and arriving in another city and maintaining central presence over my head. And you're looking at it en route, remaining present over my head, even on the vehicle. That's how you know the government is targeting you. That's how you know you're surrounded by demons who are targeting you. Right? And that's why I speak so clearly about what are pathetic, what are inferior, and that are the demon possessed, that are listening to their own prosecution and listening to their own secrets being revealed. Because it's not secrets, they're not secrets anymore. 7FMK950, blackface demons. 33412K1, blackface demons monitoring with law enforcement, by the way. Here goes another one, 6TRL871. 7JXD787, AWTL621, 09597B3, 8WKA159, 8MJY098. All right, let me tell you something. The demon possessed don't operate off a race. All right, those particular puppets, whatever race they have, is something that Satan uses and capitalizes on. It has no relevance with regard to what is demonic activity. All right, 8FFB127. Demons want to distract with race. This is that which is a distraction to the human race. It appeals to emotion. It appeals to the external passions with which you focus on. And let me be clear, Satan is not focused on or in any way hindered by or bothered by what your race is. Okay, these demons distract you with that, talking about Black Lives Matter. They're demons that are monitoring together. They're monitoring and surveilling, engaging in demonic activity together. And they're not targeting you based on your race. They want to distract you with that. 8GRB301. And why do you distract with something like race? First of all, because it evokes emotion, a lot of passion. All right? And it appeals to what is an ongoing narrative with regard to self-worth and the African American race and the history of slavery and this ongoing stigma with regard to being treated as lesser than. This is all serving the criminal purposes and the deceptive character of the government that is keeping you under surveillance. So, in other words, what is the purpose in distracting you with what is something focused on race as opposed to what is actually ongoing? Law enforcement, this particular incident, it was based on monitoring someone based on their race. And this is what law enforcement is doing. This is getting you focused off of what is the bigger picture with regard to the role that law enforcement plays. Their issue is one of racism. They tend to engage in focusing on targeting those who are of the minority races. And that's not the case. That's not the issue. What the issue is this is spiritual. These are demons. This is the demonic engaging in targeting based on a whole other criteria. Okay, you're talking about those who are exceptions. I am an exception. I am not Team Satan whatsoever. I am revealing the secrets of Team Satan. You're talking about being targeted by an entity that is of the demon possessed, including law enforcement. And they are monitoring, they are targeting you with those black-faced demons, both of whom are putting up a narrative that the issue is one of race, and it's not. It's not of race. 7XLF151. Okay? And I'm talking about with regard to what is the greater issue at large, what's going on in the state of California, what's going on in the nation, with regard to the government keeping you under surveillance, because that's exactly what the government is doing. All right? It's not just happening in California. This is what the rest of the country is doing. And because the state of California engaged in stalking with a fake sun, and I have revealed that is revealing what the rest of the country is doing, because they're not sitting under a sun either that's hovering over them. That is impossible to coexist with what I'm showing you the state is doing as I remain in a single county on a single street. And then also you see it even bigger when I go outside of San Bernardino County. Okay, so what is this staying over me if the actual sun remains in Ontario on Hope Boulevard? How in the heck is there a sun over my head when I'm on Cesar Chavez and Alameda? Well, I mean, how is this? This is called stalking with a fake sun, and it's remaining over you because you're being targeted. All right, you are being monitored, and you're being monitored with the people of the state. 8 UWF 584. They're monitoring you. They're targeting you together. While they are together, for example, the outward narrative, all right, that these demons want to distract you with, okay, is that it's some issue with race. And that's just one example, okay? Because I am African American, because I have bought into that before, and I have was sucked in by that same content that they intentionally place before your face, watching a police officer put their knee on the neck of an African American male. It really gets to you. And let me be clear, they put that before your eyes on purpose. Law enforcement, these are puppets of Satan. This is not a joke, and this is beyond California. I'm showing you what is the template of what the government is doing. This is not about race. These are the people of the state are targeting with the government. These are demons. Satan has a whole operation underway, a whole unspoken system. All right, and they are the demon possessed, and they're targeting you together. It has nothing to do with their being black or their being white or their being Asian or their being Latinos. Okay, you're talking about what is monitoring together, and a distracting narrative is that they're focusing on race. It gets you off of what else are they doing? And what I've often heard about also is these scenarios when they focus in on race. You have a black man subject to, and they're describing the conduct of the police officer, and they're engaging in what is the demonic behavior pattern. They're pacing around, they're stalking with light. All right, they're engaging in all manner of the demonic activity, but then that one that is subject to that conduct by that officer goes back to reiterates the fact that he's black. That's not what it is. They're monitoring, it's targeting, it's demonic activity. They're placing you under surveillance, and it's a method of, by the way, law enforcement that are demons that are engaging in this state surveillance. They already know what you're doing. You're talking about what is literally fictitious fictitious exercise of authority while the criminal conduct by the government is underway. They're criminals. They know they're keeping you under surveillance. They know what you're doing. They're not stopping you pursuant to any reasonable suspicion or probable cause. They are operating under what is fictitious authority and necessarily maintaining what is the outer guise or trying to. This is where Officer Umata of the Los Angeles Police Department failed, okay? Because he was exercising under knowledge that he did not humanly know. And that's what I figured out with regard to that stop. You already know what I'm doing. So you're talking about what is the government engaging in, for example, the murder of young Dolph. They know who killed that man. They were engaged in it. The people of the state engaging in a killing while monitoring is underway. It's called the taking of a life by an entity. The entity is acting as one. The people of the state, they're demons. The government, demon-possessed. Engaging in surveillance, they're monitoring, they're acting as one. So operating under this guise of normalcy and it being some random killing and nobody, we're going to investigate, we're going to put it on the news and hopefully we can get some information. They're demons and they're engaging in a pattern of conduct. Engaging in, and so this is some free society, some constitutionally based legal system where they're going to investigate and they don't have all the information, and it's actually the direct opposite. They know exactly what happened, and they are taking initiative. They are making moves based on what is expected for them to know, under the assumption that they are not keeping you under surveillance, that they don't know, that they are investigating any information that is told to them, and it's an absolute farce. It's an absolute farce. All right, this is an entire con of an existence in the state of California. All right, now I'm speaking on a grander scale because this is not limited to California. What the state is doing in the state of California is not limited here by virtue of stalking with a fake sun. It's revealing what the rest of the country is doing, because that's not possibly the actual sun that's hovering over those reality TV stars in the state of Georgia. They're hovering. There's light. There's a sun over them. That's what you would think if you're ignorant about what documentation is showing what's going on in California, because that doesn't coexist. It's not hovering over and remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library all day or the Ovid Family Community Library, and then it's also over in the state of Georgia. No, that's not. That's not what's going on. All right, and the demons of 1559487, that's the Fontana PD, they're demons. And what is directed light, that's on the building of Nail and Spa at Valencia and Hope Boulevard. I'm sorry, Valencia and Sierra are crossing path. All right, so you're talking about what is a massive system that is underway. All right, you hear them, those are demons of the Fontana PD, doing nothing but creating light activity. Turned on their lights, made a U-turn, while Metrolink is a means of audible activity under the fake sun that's directly over me, and you heard that license plate. All right, I've already documented Fontana PD, and those demons are going to get what is according with regard to the ways in which you prosecute and you deal with the demon possessed in those positions, because that's all that they're doing. What they're doing is focused on me. So like I said, that is not possibly, and that does not coexist, and this is the significance of the documentation of a government stalking with a fake sun, which is unheard of in and of itself. But I'm providing you answers to questions that nobody seems to answer. It is impossible that there is any sun in the sky space, because there is only one sun, and I'm showing you what supposedly the state of California is stalking me with a fake sun and keeping it over me all day long. So the reality stars in Atlanta, Georgia, under a light source, that's not the sun over them. They're monitoring. They're engaged in surveillance, and it is systematic. Just as they are going about their lives, as they're doing whatever they do, even doing it on television, ongoing surveillance while you're present with communication devices. It's not like they have to be on their phone talking about, the target individual is over here at such and such. That's not what's going on. You're dealing with demons. You're dealing with that which is embedded into society. You are vicariously present on behalf of the state all around, present with communication devices, while engineered light permeates. It's all over the place, okay? It is naturally present. I'm sorry, it is not naturally present. It is naturally that which is surrounding at all times and at all places where it's a part of society. Nobody asks any questions about what's that in the sky space and over the reality TV stars in Atlanta, Georgia. What time of day is that? Because the state's fake sun is remaining centered over me in the state of California on a different coast. That doesn't coexist, and it's impossible. And not only that, you're also looking at what is not even sunlight, which also, if you pay attention, those reality stars are in directed light. They're minions, and you're watching them on television. All right, I've seen it time and time again. Upon realizing and noticing the environment that the demons, the demon possessed, remain surrounded by, while they're engaging in what is a pattern of conduct, and it's demonic activity. All right, and this is a demon possessed society. All right, and it's criminal what the demon possessed are engaging in. 8SA8010. So, like I said, while the entity is listening to me, you have what are the demons of the Fontana Police Department. That appears to be possibly I would say a Latino male with short black hair, short haircut, and dark sunglasses. All he does is drive on Valencia. He drives east on Valencia, makes a U-turn at Sierra Avenue. Understand, this is not ignorance with regard to the presence of the Metrolink train. Metrolink is a third-party group stalker. This is ongoing terrorism. Not only is Metrolink engaged in the P.O.C, engaging in monitoring and stalking with Fontana PD and the people, you're talking about what is the outward form for that police officer who is stalking and monitoring me under a fake sun and in directed light, and then creating light activity. And the form for that demon who is listening to everything that I'm revealing about this comprehensive system is not only to engage in a method of harassment and or distraction from what I'm saying, but also engaging in conduct with Metrolink. So in other words, making a U-turn because the train is in motion. No, they're demons that are monitoring together. And that demon intended to cross path, engaging in pacing by making a U-turn, turning on the police vehicle lights, and going right back the opposite way while the fake sun remains directly over me at Valencia and Sierra, while directed light is across the nail spa building, while demons are pacing all around in that. And Metrolink creates audible activity while that demon of the Fontana Police Department does that. I just want to break all that down. And let me be clear, they do that while they're listening to me break down just ongoing implications and the distractions that the demon possessed present before you, such as Black Lives Matter, having you focused on things such as race, while you're also witnessing what is reciting the demonic activity by law enforcement. They're not focusing on you. It's not surveillance based on your race. They're placing American citizens under surveillance, period. All right, and doing so with the people of the state. And race is a distraction. 8PZK622. It's demonic activity. All right, and it's currently 12:09 p.m. Alrighty, showing you the demons of the Fontana PD, as is the ongoing character of Satan. As you speak their name, they come out from the crevices. They're cockroaches. And that's what Fontana PD did on video. And so I went on ahead and captured the directed light that I was already referencing, and the position of the fake sun that I had already referenced, while that Fontana Police Department, that is a demon-possessed agency engaging in surveillance, listening to every syllable that I'm uttering. And they're the same sex offenders listening to me pull my panties up and down in the bathroom as well, engaging in that same stalking conduct, engaging in crossing the path light activity creation while they listen to that which is the sex offender engaging in the pattern of conduct. All right, doing so with the demon-possessed under the fake sun, a black face demon-possessed stalker at the corner while directed light is present, while the fake sun is over my head, monitoring with law enforcement, having nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. They're demons that are monitoring and stalking together. License 6MVE265, BF44J65. License 7VAB369. FJ151, handicap, 8UNA657. And you have another demon-possessed actor of the Fontana Police Department in the same directed light under the same exact fake sun, 6PSH506, and this is Fontana PD 1559487. All right, license plate 7VVF668, 8XXL887, 7PPB073, 8EBL459, 36246V2. Stalking with Fontana Police Department. All of them are demons together, okay? Engaging and targeting. Surveilling as one. 7MXB836, 7PBG017. License plate 7RBZ071, and Fontana PD also engaging in the pattern of conduct terrorism stalking with Metrolink, who was simultaneously creating audible activity as I was reciting my podcast. All right, the demon-possessed agency that is Fontana PD are group stalking under what is impossible light, as I just captured in video, while the demons listen to me document another demon crosses path. They're demon-possessed as an agency. It's not individualized. Okay, now the demon is crossing path again, putting on his lokes while he's stalking. 1559487, Fontana PD. Okay, they're sex offenders. They like to listen to me pull my panties down. That's exactly what they're doing. And their cross path, the more I discuss them, the more Satan crosses path, engaging in that obsessive stalking. Listening to one to whom they are inferior. And I'm prosecuting them. Okay, Satan is obsessed with one who knows exactly what their makeup is, they're pathetic, and they're violent sex offenders, calling out their conduct for what it is. That's a Fontana PD. 8UFY232, 8AWA319, 7TGT441. And that's why you have them engaging in what is patrolling. They're demons. Patrolling in engineered light. Patrolling under a fake sun. APDU467. Patrolling while they listen to me to prosecute them on my podcast and in video. 6LRE892. 1535426. Those are the demons of Omnitrends. 7FYA877. AWPB423. It is currently 12:14 p.m. 7HZE559. License plate N130LO. Another demon of Fontana Police Department across the path. License BF65H79, paper 8AVB272. License 7RYN198. License 8YFS566. All of them touching, including Fontana Police Department. They're all under what is a fake sun and indirected light, which is direct evidence, but they are all under a fake sun, and Fontana PD patrolling under a fake sun that's not possibly capable of being captured at 12:34 p.m. 7WLP171, a sex offender touching with Fontana PD intentionally while I document those demons. All right, at 12:34 p.m., as I showed you, upon remaining in Ontario, 57592H3, after I showed you the fake sun at 11:50 a.m., which you juxtaposed to what is 11:50 a.m. arriving in the city of Fontana. All right, BE42528. While Fontana PD demonstrating demon possession, which is terrorism, engaging in interstate stalking, which is terrorism, that exceeds the language of Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. All right, you're talking about stalking while you are police officers. And why? Because they're inferior, they're demon possessed, that's why. 8BPE154, 2Z10331, 7DEN375, 7R46865, 6NDC, 179, 8SLZ751, 7XY, I can't really see that, let me scratch that. License 8PVU648, 3WLZ817. License plate 8M36524, 5ETM432. I can't really see that one. And it's currently 12:16 p.m. 8WDT020, 8BAB, can't really see that one. 8YWX130, this paper BF73F25 paper. 8NMF097, 8DTS010, group stalking at Fontana Jewelry and Loan. They're loitering with Fontana PD, touching with the other sex offender, touching with the demons whose license plate I'm reading. They maintain presence at Fontana Jewelry and Loan. And this one replaces them to engage in touching, 7NSB871. Okay? P.O.C. All right, capturing those sex offenders. They're stalkers with license 7NSB871 coming by to touch me, okay? 8JDK415, and they are captured in what is directed light, and the fake sun is directly above me as well. Let me show you a picture of that while they're coming over to touch. All right, I'm just showing you what is a picture of a sex offender. They're touching with directed light. The fake sun is over my head. This is third-party facilitating venue, Fontana Jewelry and Loan. And you have what is turning the vehicle on, pacing with brakes in order to stalk with light. That's a psychopath. Okay, just being a demon, stalking with activity. And this white man is touching together, 8JDK415. He's stalking in the path, all right, with a white mustache. And that's Satan showing fury because I'm going to prosecute him. Ew, sick. All right, this sex offender with her gut all out of her pants, engaging in touching me. They're engaging in a demonic orgy, all right, where they're touching with engineered light, coming around to stalk in the path while the fake sun's directly over my head. No longer where Fontana PD were stalking at Valencia and Sierra. All right, it's moving over me as I am moving up the street, and that's exactly what Fontana PD are engaging in. They're sex offenders, all right? They're stalkers all the same. And I did capture that environment. The fake sun is directly over my head, and it's 12:18 p.m. 8BSU571, 5CUD850, directed light, BF15J32, operation of the communication device. That's a paper plate, 8RPJ101, 8PNJ527, 39004G3, directed light while this demon crosses the path. 8BSU571, 6ZMB154, 8VUB455, U803MG, that's a Utah plate. They're all touching, all right? And directed light, just like you saw on the side of the nail spa at Valencia and Sierra, directed light on the side of what is the venue of the Fontana Jewelry and Loan, sweeping across and molesting my person, 8YTY206. That's the exact same thing that they're doing right here. And it's also impossible because it's literally occurring in the shade. And this is what I'm telling you, it has nothing to do with them being under the fake sun. The state is surrounding with directed light. These are demons coexisting with directed light. It's demonic. 8NNX647, 5ATP023, 5VWW475, 5JVP577, Omnitrans 1908523, substantially similar. I can't really see that. It's Route 312. They're just stalking it on in any kind of environment, in vehicle that they can. Omnitrans is, you see equally the obsession because you're dealing with demons. Demons that drive commercial vehicles, demons that drive their own cars, demons that are in relevant position in a business, demons that are in their homes, which are third-party facilitating venues for purposes of prosecuting those demons, demons that are 5ZWW491 of any race, it doesn't matter what their race is, 5ZKJ908, 8RNG339, 6SPF411, 5VSK 599, I believe, 33541Z2, 64004M2, 7DCS801, 7XTX914. Alrighty. 8XHV742, HTZWTKI, I believe. And so that video I showed you, and that includes wrong demon-possessed agency. They're one entity, but I'm specifically documenting the Fontana Police Department. These are demons. The exact same environment, the position of law enforcement, stalking and monitoring, practicing demonic activity. FJ164, handicap, 7FXB317, 8RSC124, which I've already established. I'm able to show you consistent documentation. 7S99123, 8KPL732, 3ZCP500. And that's why you have what is not the sun over me, and you have what is not sunlight covering the building, which you saw, while the demons, that's what they are, stalking with light. And you also understand that that demonic character, okay? That's the demented psychopath. As you identify them as such, engage in more of it. AVEC617, that's the darkness of Satan. All right, it's operating over people. So you'll have, as I documented, several Fontana Police Department vehicles cross paths, which is called patrolling, which is ongoing terrorism by that demon-possessed agency in and of itself that is monitoring with the people of the state as well. 7EQA149, directed light on the curb, just like you saw in my video at the Ontario Mills. Impossible light activity, and they're stalking. 3TPL925, they're all stalking under a fake sun. I'm just showing you ongoing, consistent analysis of what they are and what they're doing. License plate, 8RQD772, 8HPP506. And that is the revealing of what is their condition when I'm speaking to their being the Fontana Police Department. That's what I'm focused on right now. While they demonstrated themselves, all I have to do is press record. All right, and so it is currently 12:22 p.m. 8JME 610, 8GNS 768, 7YIW 178, 37656H3, 6WKX 857, 8RVH 944, 8RQW 820, 8GEO 093, 8SEK 562, 3ND J506, I believe. Can't really see that one. Let's see. No, you're not a queen. Queens don't stalk. 3NDJ 506. You are inferior, the exact opposite of any kind of queen. And it is currently 12:23 p.m. And I also want to document, this goes without saying, but I'm going to document it because I'm prosecuting an entity. And so the state keeping its fake son over me inside of the vehicle of what is license 4WON 432, and the ongoing molestation and terrorism with directed light while I'm in that vehicle with that third party, subject to what is federal stalking by an entity in the bathroom at that venue of what is Stater Brothers, where the fake son was over that venue, and also maintaining that directed light while the demon possessed, just like when I'm on the bus. It's the same thing when I'm in that third party's vehicle with license 4WN 432, and her engaging in the same molestation and terrorism with directed light while she is then leaving me at the B&G Plaza. That fake son that remained over me and followed to the city of Fontana. And so that's that direct evidence with regard to the ways in which you're going to prosecute. So I just want to make sure I document that. She's engaging in the same terrorism, engaging in the same sexual violence, that same terrorizing threat. In doing so, this is terrorism while you want to identify yourself as, oh, I'm her mom. This is understand how the entity engages in terrorism. It's entirely malicious, and it's entirely designed to falsely depict and reduce, if you will, which you cannot. You can't reduce what is documentation. You can't, and which is direct evidence. But to reduce the allegations of the government engaging in placing you under surveillance. You already know about the fire department. They're crossing the path right now. 1545927, and they do so with what is directed light on the side of the vehicle that I'm standing, which is the driver's side. And those are literally demons hopping into what is a fire truck in order to engage in stalking, to engage in what is their ritualistic method of these elements: light activity and relevant positioning. It's the pattern of conduct of interstate stalking, but this is understand what they're doing. These are literally the demon possessed, and they know step by step where I'm going. They listen to me document the demons of the Fontana Police Department. They're in position at this venue, the John F. Roberts Fire Station. The fake sun is directly over me. That's not sunlight that's reflecting off of your vehicle onto the sidewalk. It's even focused on where I'm at. You're talking about what is the exact same elements and how pathetic that they are, but this is the terrorizing threat. Those are demons to be removed from those positions, engaging in life-threatening conduct with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. And like I said, the same sex offenders maintaining presence, like they're tracking my move right now in order to engage in that conduct of stalking and monitoring with the people. They're doing the same thing while I'm in the private space, which is the restroom, engaging in monitoring and surveilling and engaging in the same elements together, all focused on what I'm doing while my panties are down. That is a sex offender. That's what the John F. Roberts Fire Station engaged in. This is what they illustrate, because that pattern of conduct is ongoing, including inside of the private space. So those demons cross path. They're waiting for me to be at this position. They are entirely pathetic. Everything that they're doing based on what I'm doing as I am doing it, even listening to me prosecute, and then engaging and participating in it as I'm here to express some sort of demonic hostility. It's entirely pathetic. Okay? Those are criminals to be removed from such positions. They are crossing path under what is not the sun, that is speaking to what is ongoing targeting and surveillance by demons who are in positions that they have no business in. They are literally a threat to the public while they are engaging in that criminal conduct. They are cons in wearing uniforms in a department that they have no business in. And this is what is revealing what is demon possession, criminal conduct. This is the demon possessed engaging in interstate stalking. And that's literally what the fire department, the police department demonstrate about themselves when their whole operation has been revealed. It's been stripped down. And then you're engaging in it, and I'm capturing it in hundreds and thousands of videos. All right. This has exceeded what is going to be a prosecution. This is revealing what is a tutorial. There's no question about what the government is doing. It's not only doing it in California. There's no question about what is demonic activity. It's relevant to your everyday life because the government is surveilling in the United States, and you see all the ways in which it manifests. All the ways. License 7PZC 736. And there is no exception to that. 8UBK115. And that's what's so pathetic. While the John Roberts fire station crosses path in orange color directed light on the side of the vehicle that I am on, speaking to their obsessed focus with me, their engagement in stalking me. They're literally sitting around in a fire truck, should have something important to do, but they're not. They're stalking me and doing so in that incredible manner, and in order to engage in what is crossing a path and light activity creation. It's pathetic when you break it down to what they're doing. Yes, it's terrorism by government, but while this is sad, you don't have anything more important to do. The demons of the Fontana Police Department, they're just driving around me in circles under a fake sun and indirected light. Understand, everything that the entity is doing is centered on me. They're surveilling me. They're not doing anything else. Nothing. Okay, this is the existence of what is the con of society, where the government is placing American citizens under surveillance. It's supposed to be normalcy. It's not. This is surveillance, and everything is a cover for that ongoing surveillance. And you have what are demons in the position of firefighters that should have something more important to do, but they're stalking me in a fire truck, using those resources, using that time. How pathetic. Okay, but that's terrorism. That's their operation. It's facilitating venue. I've already documented them, and that's documenting them again. It's currently 12:28 p.m. And by the way, because I don't specifically mention them on a specific day, because they didn't visibly engage in the pattern of conduct. In other words, because I'm in relevant position at the Fontana Lewis Library, and so is the Fontana Police Department. They're engaged in ongoing surveillance. They're ongoing sexual violence. So let me be clear with what I'm documenting. And I broke that down. While the state's flying over 5-6 times by helicopter, there is a whole zone of relevant positioning. That prosecution is on an expansive scale, in the same way that surveillance is on an expansive scale. That's why I'm documenting where I am. That's why I'm documenting what the entity is doing. Okay, so I just want to be clear that I have not stopped documenting the John F. Roberts Fire Department. That's a state facilitating venue. Those are state actors engaged in ongoing perpetual sexual violence and terrorism, while interstate stalking is underway. In concert with the people of the state, they are also facilitating criminal conduct of an unprecedented level. All right, so it's 12:29 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Fontana Lewis, where the fake sun is over the venue. All right, and let me show you that. And again, I did take an image of that at 12:29 p.m. Again, what you're looking at in that image, first of all, the janitor, the female janitor, the overweight one, today she has on a green t-shirt and black tights, black face mask. She has on keychains, red and black ones. She's stalking in the path outside, monitoring with the rest of the demons who are maintaining surveillance outside. I just wanted to note that. You have what is the absence, as I showed you at the Fontana Jewelry and Loan, as I showed you before. The state's fake sun is right over my head. It's not over the Fontana Lewis Library. It's over here as I arrive at the Fontana Lewis Library. Okay, and that's what you are also understanding. But not only that, I showed you when I'm here. It's the exact same thing. When I'm at a particular venue, at an earlier time, the state's fake sun is already there. That's how I documented that on the 2nd. Okay, I'm here at 11 o'clock in the morning. The state's fake sun is right there while I'm in the vehicle of license 4WON432. All right, it's not here until what is 12:30, because I didn't arrive until 12:30. That's called stalking with a fake sun, let alone it does not coexist with being over the 280 North Lemon Apartments. That's supposed to be the sun, which is already west of the city of Fontana at 10:13 in the morning. That's not the sun, all right? And these are demons. These are absolute psychopaths that are actually engaging in what is an entirely unintelligent and unsophisticated system of surveillance. And it's showing what is the desperation of nothing but the demon-possessed. And all you have to do is use your common sense. Nobody seems to ask these questions, so let me point it out to you, and let me also give you the answer, because it's not complex at all. Like I said, it's not rocket science. These are stalkers, straight up stalkers. All right, and doing so in what is an environment that is literally telling on them. If I didn't have a megaphone already telling you what they're doing, you're literally using your common sense and looking at the environment, which is telling on them as well. And that's also understanding what is a sex offender and the psychopath that then wants to try to keep their back to you like they're doing something else other than stalking. Are you kidding me? You don't even have, that's not even the actual sun over your head, while you know that you're being documented. They're psychopaths. It's currently 12:31 p.m. at the Fontana Lewis Library, while demons are maintaining surveilling presence with the government. All right, engaging in criminal conduct, just like you hear me reciting Fontana PD, just like you hear me reciting the Fontana Fire Department. That's all that these demons are doing. They're focused on me. And they're doing it with the state acting directly by such agencies. It's 12:32 p.m. and this is P.O.C. All right, first of all, you're looking at, I took images of what is group stalking at the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, and now you're seeing what is the fake sun. that is over the precise corner to the farthest edge of above the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, while demons are pacing in and out and maintaining presence. And this is what the fat Latino male with the blue backwards cap on, the green backpack. He's got 3 bikes around him. He's maintaining presence while the state is sounding plane engines, amplifying the sound of traffic, which you're also not going to hear at this distance. It's the ongoing amplification of audible activity. All right, the ongoing engagement and the ongoing elements of audible, light activity, and relevant positioning. And I show you what is the fake sun over them while they're sitting around, while they're pacing in and out of the entrance, while they're maintaining presence inside of the venue, and also sitting in their vehicles in the parking lot in a relevant position. Driving through the parking lot is crossing path under the fake sun that's at the venue. And that's what I took a picture of. It's 12:41 p.m. and that is the state's fake sun that is directly over the Fontana Lewis Library, which I did not need to take a picture of in order to show you, but I'm illustrating what is group stalking. And that's what they're doing. They're demons that are pacing under a light source. They're engaged in surveillance together. And I want to give this license. The female that you see walking into the door, she is coming from what is license plate 8M1C544, monitoring with the fat Latino male with the red and white t-shirt. It's got red sleeves and a white shirt. She's got the yellow cap on with the dark denim jacket. She's walking back to her vehicle while the state's fake sun is over at the farthest edge of the Fontana Lewis Library. It's in alignment with where I'm sitting on the bench nearest the entrance. That's stalking with the fake sun. That is stalking with amplified audible activity, and that is stalking by the people of the state. All right, and that is those are demons that are pacing all around. All right, and that's how the state maintains presence vicariously through the people. That's how the state maintains audible activity, amplification, and also the demons that engage in stalking with activity, and the demons that engage in stalking with light, while the state is stalking with directed light and a fake sun. It is currently 12:42 p.m. That's Fontana Lewis Library, P.O.C. All right, showing you what is documentation of what is surveillance as it's underway, and the grounds of the venue are filled with directed light, which you have coming from a manner of different directions for directed light to be on the ground space in relevant position at the opening window spaces in the depths of the library that faces Spring and Sierra Avenue, while the fake sun is over the entrance area, over the roof of the library, right position to exactly where I'm sitting, and that is pacing in and out. That's called relevant positioning. That's group stalking. That is surveillance by the people, and at what is a facilitating venue. And then upon entrance, I'm showing you also not only the directed light that's on an opposite side of the building facing Sierra Avenue and Spring Street. That's the directed light placed on the inside, and possible light activity if this is the sun that's over the building, let alone over what is the entrance area of the building, but also inside of the depths of the computer lab where the fake sun is above the roof of the building. None of that is light activity. That's not sunlight that's going to occur. It's actually going to be shaded where the light source is above a building. All right, if this is actually the sun, it's not the sun. This is the pattern of stalking with directed lighting. You're looking at everything that you're looking at is walking around, sitting around. It's called surveillance by the people. And that's what I captured on video. It's currently 12:53 p.m. And these demons sit around focused on me, stalking with noise and engineered light. Everything that they are doing is centered on what I'm doing as I am doing it, while the state also projects directed light, and that's how I show you what is a directed light appearing, my shadow appearing upright on the walls, which is also impossible light activity. Your shadow appears on the ground. If that was light coming from what are the lights coming from the building on the inside, that's projected directed light, another method of stalking with light. And you are looking at what is relevant positioning inside of the computer lab, inside of the totality of the venue as well. It's 12:53 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Fontana Lewis Library. CA74R63. Again, that's CA74R63. That is a paper plate on a white vehicle that they're maintaining presence by stalking in the path with light at the intersection of library and learner. And I have just exited also what's relevant. I see that because I have exited Fontana Lewis Library at approximately 4:55 p.m. It's 4:55 p.m. right now, so I'm just walking down the stairs, and that's a crossing path with light. It's 4:56 p.m. right now. 8FCW 523 74334 F3. 8WKE 144 8ULS 804 8WKA 787 NTJ 4099. That's a Texas license plate. Understand that's violation of title subsections 1 and 2, coming across state lines, engaging in surveillance with the state of California as residents of other states, crossing state lines with the intent to engage in surveilling another. License 5DTP 837 8PJF 789 7CLR 009 7NNC002, 7YGU155, 7BIN288, 8XZA941. As you hear the Ontario Fire Department telling on themselves while they're crossing path 8KES288. That's the same sex offender crossing path in directed light earlier, so you're witnessing demons in operation of fire trucks. License 7TIF103. And those demons are driving what is west on Arrow Boulevard right now. They're crossing paths with lights and sirens. In directed light. 7TIF103 is stalking in the path with them. 7U94534. The entirety of an entity is lacking any credibility. There is nothing legitimate that they're engaged in. They're all engaged in surveillance together. That was literally about stalking with the rest of these minions who are loitering around in traffic. And that's pathetic, but that's what you're going to prosecute for terrorism. CENTNO1, 7U94534. Demonstrating again that I'm their focus as well. That's the San Bernardino County Fire Department at the John Roberts State Facilitating Venue. All right. License 7DHN557, 8DBT024, 6ULD764, 7RSH159, 8DTG271, 7HTX824, 6KZM873, 8NFR441, 87076E2, 7RNT935, 8XOV452, 8FBE937, 8WIM511, 8SQR222, 5THH389. All of those minions monitoring with the demons of the Ontario Fire Department. They're all demon possessed. Talking about demons that are in positions of being state actors as fire department personnel. They're demon possessed, engaging in surveillance, engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring, stalking with light, stalking with audible activity, stalking in the pack as a pack of demons that they are. And those demons crossing path, monitoring to that criminally facilitating activity creation by that fire department. Again, San Bernardino County Fire Department at the John Roberts venue. 6L46446, 8SNV667, 036VV, that's a handicap. License plate 8YGF 593, 16821B3, 7NVN 896, 7MTN 610, 8TIJ 319, 7TIP 831. 6WSPO72, 5AYB179, 8PFF070, 8YFZ719, 6UIH741, 8VUT360, 8XZJ652, 7WFL479. Monitoring with the minions inside of what is Casa Barreto restaurant. They're all in relevant position, monitoring. This is called patrolling, ongoing crossing the path, light activity. Okay? License plate 7SED209. 7XQB588. Paper plate BM45Z22. It is 5:01 p.m. And that's where I'm standing in front of the 8541 Sierra Avenue. That's the address of the third-party facilitating venue called Casa Barreto Restaurant. See, 7V, hold on, 7WVH 708, 16821B3, 8PER 384, 7MIX 467, 8JBS 360, 5YPB 632, 8KYU 967, 07647L2, 4UNV 333. Understand how this is ongoing surveillance as well. The exact same pattern of conduct, the exact same theme with light and presence, 8DGF551. This is surveillance as I'm documenting it. And as I'm revealing what are the demon possessed. This is ongoing demonic activity. 7TRD 388. Mm-hmm. 82056P1, I believe. Can't really see it though. 8DLR084. And this again, this Nevada plate on this black Lincoln Aviator, ALR752. That's a black and white Raiders license plate from the state of Nevada. That's audible activity. That's a minion's methods of what are sirens by the demons of the fire department. Understand that. 8R WT 642. 36702 Z2. 8KRT 363. 8VYY 875. And that's coming from the demon with license AY 28A82 paper. 20406Y2. 5FLU 843. 8TXX 236, 7VUA 229, 8WME 389. Let me make sure I got this right. AY28A82. Okay, that's the audible activity while light activity by virtue of crossing path with headlights on. Directed light remains. All right, they're crossing path with light, patrolling around with its audible activity that this demon is providing while the ongoing patrolling is underway. Alrighty, license plate. And that's a paper plate on that white truck. License 8BLT109. (32402B1). All right, and that's impossible light activity. All of a sudden, substantially radiant headlights appear out of nowhere while 32402B1 is stopped at the red light. That's a molestation by all of them. Okay, that's the stalker with the light. That's the sex offender. 6YGX527 molesting as well, and 7VCK786 G2RAM molesting. It's 5:04 p.m. at the intersection of Valencia and Sierra, where you saw Fontana PD molesting. Okay, 8LFK729 while they're stalking under a fake sun that's over me. While directed light is just appearing, inexplicable light just appearing, with which I can show you my shadow enlarged inside, upright in that directed light, the same corner where you hear a demon blasting audible activity and ongoing molestation with headlights just appearing while I'm walking and demons surround. 7YSJ676, 7F, I can't really see that one, you can scratch that one. License 6HJS228, 97165K2, 8NLC162. All right, I'm gonna get these demons packed in this parking lot back here. They're molesters as well. This is why the state is touching me with light. 8VVF100, 8KVT375, 8USX163, 8EMV201, 6UJE672. That's audible activity by a minion. License 8ABD408. License 8RQE151.
But yeah, he was on this side. We were going to the park, he was on that side.
I think I read that one. 8ERE604. CDM6803, that's Arizona. 7UNE383, 15310B3, 6ZNJ453, 7MJN589, 60172V2, 5PEX993, 5KIJ561, 6Y85787, 7C75508. This sex offender is sitting in this gray infinity in operation of their communication device while I'm being molested. They're monitoring in relevant position. Understand that. 8WQL061. That's a Latino male wearing a light gray hoodie. Stalking. 6Y85787. 32493K2. 4XYG465. 7ZNJ453. I think I read that one already. 8FCU108. 8KDG335. 7WLN790. 7E KM009, 8E, I think I read that one. And I think I might have read that one already as well. Oh man, oh, did you know that? There are demons that are sitting around stalking me. Those are psychopaths. 6XLR300, and it's so sad. This is so sad. Sitting around like they're concerned about, and they're not. All they're doing is surveillance, maintaining presence, and obsessive stalking activity is underway. 8SAA465, and you know that by the ongoing light activity that I've shown. You are engaged in heavy-duty surveillance and stalking of a demon. Okay, that obsession is of demon possession 4EQV972. Right, while the state is also acting to keep me surrounded with audible activity while they're standing around like they're focused on talking to each other, they are stalking. 7RZJ860, and that's what you identify, that's what you recognize as an entire psychopath, okay, and a sex offender. 44780C1. I want to read all these license plates back here as I'm walking in the alley. This is different. I'm gonna get some different lights. And it's 5:08 p.m. and I have 3 shadows to my left. And you hear their conversation like they're doing something else. That's what I'm saying. You're not dealing with normal people. You're going to prosecute them by the evidence, like in any other case. But I'm just saying there is no form. You're talking about revealing what the government is doing, and the government, there is no form. And you are literally dealing with psychopaths, not the ordinary liar that stole a candy bar and stole, you know, some beer from the liquor store. This is a whole other level of a psychopath, of criminal conduct, of malice, okay? 6NFZ318. You're talking about a government and a people that are all in it together. 5WDP086, 5SPG996, 5MRN473, 7AXE872, 7NYN500, 93461R2. All right, stalking in the path, making sure they remain present, 8YND537. All right, showing you the picture of a stalker. That's again license 8YND537, stopped in the middle of the street as I walked through the alley. All right, and that's what is called group stalking. They're maintaining presence. That's the ominous stalking by the people. And let me be clear, what's in operation? That's a demon, not a normal person. That's a demon that is stalking, knows exactly who I am. That's why I just stated to you what are 3 shadows to my side, and this demon is maintaining presence, stalking in the path with light. Okay, that's the license plate that I recited. And it is currently, by the way, 5:09 p.m. where I captured that image of that stalker. That's terrorism. That's documentation of terrorism and a sex offender because their headlights are not ongoing touching of my body while my shadow's appearing at a distance ahead of me on the side of the walls as I'm walking. That's a sex offender. Okay, 27949R1. That demon is replaced with another one doing the exact same thing. Let me show you. Alrighty, directed light remains. So that is light activity also while they have on what is not their full headlights. They're still stalking in the path. And as I document the image of that group stalker, that one drives away and another one comes to maintain the same exact presence. Understand, it's the same demonic entity. And that demon engaging in terrorism, I documented a Latino male, 8BSZ280. In directed light, that's why my shadow was appearing at a distance. They're sex offenders. And like I said, that when you're talking about prosecuting terrorism, that's exactly what you're going to put up. And that is a surefire prosecution. Surefire of what is a violent sex offender as well. Surrounding you with an abnormal, unnatural environment while they are maintaining presence all around, which is called stalking. That's what that's called. Doing the same thing while going into third-party facilitating venue, the Plaza at Sierra. So I'll document that venue because you don't have any form. I'll go in there and document every license plate since they want to use that venue as a form for stalking in the path. License plate 613LPQ, which is Oregon. 8VVF606, the Plaza at Sierra located at 16927 and 16999 Orange Way. 605 MTF, Nevada. 7PBU 511, 7PNP 349. 5LUD 086, 6NJE 119, 5YJS 080, 8PMH 674, 6TJT 289. This demon entering onto the grounds to engage in crossing the path, stalking. License 8DXV 640, 7ELD 220, 7M63580, 7BUC 190, 7LQS 697, 7B22J handicap. 8VUR393, 8YJS 080, 8PMH 674, 6AQE771, 7COM 472, 7ASE 430, 4AGZ 413, 6VPX 377, 5MJM 852, 5JO3212. And it's 5:12 p.m. This is a third-party facilitating venue. This is the same venue where the state is placing a fake sign over me as I arrive at the Fontana Metrolink train station. These are the people of the state. This is a means of identifying them at a venue where a group stalker is on the grounds to engage in criminal conduct on behalf of a government, and that is documentation of a whole bunch of the people of the state. Engaging in criminal conduct in plain sight, and you're also able to document them as easily. 6BTY 979. There is no exception. You're talking about what is entering on the grounds of that venue, by the way. That's documentation of the venue. But like I said, you're talking about what is the people of the state. I'm identifying the people of the state. There's no exception with regard to the P.O.C. None. They use this venue on many occasions, by the way, as well. But like I said, the government's engaging in the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring, which is the state's pattern of conduct. And you also have what are the people of the state using venues as a means of crossing paths. So in other words, you're a stalker that is focused on me, going to where, if you live there, or going for whatever reason, because it really doesn't matter, 6YFHO91, it really doesn't matter what the reason is. You're talking about what are the elements, while the state is amplifying audible activity and molesting me with directed light. Those ongoing elements remain because I remain subject while I'm on that property documenting license plates. I am being monitored. It does not stop. And nonetheless, you were talking about documenting the people of the state. You identify as many of those third-party demon-possessed sex-offending group stalkers as possible, who are sitting in nothing other than a third-party facilitating venue in the convenience of wherever it is that they may live or work, and relevant position monitoring. That's why you have what is group conduct. Molestation of me while a minion is in their apartment or in their house, wherever it is that they live, or in their car, stalking in the path, or crossing path in a vehicle, or however they are crossing path, because you're subject to that ongoing system. It is currently 5:14 p.m. (6G6 7B41 AY 62Y33, I believe, paper 7MNJ 558 YORIS50 7BNA 298 7CHN 482 8RUD 305 5JCK 303. It's 5:15 p.m. Oh, I didn't know the person was right. It is currently, by the way, 5:15 p.m. crossing the street at Orange Way and Sierra, and walking toward the Fontana Metrolink train station, which is where the Omnitrans buses maintain presence, light activity, and audible activity, themselves and corporately with the rest of the people and the state. Ongoing contribution, ongoing engagement in the criminal elements of monitoring. All right, it's 5:16 p.m. All right, I did arrive at the Fontana Metrolink train station. The group stalker of Omnitrans is an African-American female with long extensions, as in braids, and she is on surveillance camera on that bus. She's stalking in the path, standing on the bus in alignment with where I am sitting for the Route 61 bus. And then you have the demon-possessed stalker, the third party that's sitting on the bus bench. Understand this is surrounding, and I remain in directed light. I've shown you the light activity, and she is in operation of her communication device, she being the driver, monitoring with this minion that's sitting right next to me, and that's just the immediate surroundings. This is ongoing monitoring on a larger scale. These minions are surrounding immediately, and that's what she's doing on the bus. It's 5:18 p.m. And by African-American female, this is on surveillance cameras of bus number 1324 with the license plate of 1370395. Okay. What's your name? What's your name? Huh? Oh, you don't have nothing? You're telling me I'm not to get on the bus?
Airport Terminal, Pomona.
Federal law requires masks on board.
I wasn't giving you an attitude. I asked you the same question because you were holding up your phone facing me. Does that mean you're taking pictures? Okay, and I could be holding up my phone doing anything. Why does it concern you? You're the one with the attitude. Now you're trying to exclude me from the bus? Is that what you're doing? So you can do that. Can you give me your name, please? No? She rolls all of her eyes.
Look, either you're going to get on this bus or
you told me to stay outside, so that's why I'm documenting.
61.
No, you can't tell me what I feel. I can walk to the front of the bus again right now. I can do that. That doesn't mean what? So why are you suspecting I'm taking a picture? Huh? While you're monitoring. You're monitoring. This is a psychopath. I'm talking to my phone like I can be. Thank you very much. Okay, she's a psychopath. 5:21 p.m. Oh, you got all the time for it because that's all you're doing. It's about me. Everything you're doing is about me. That's why you ask me questions you already know the question to, the answer to. Here's my bus pass.
Can you step off so I can close this thing?
So what'd you say?
Can you step off so I can close this thing?
Oh, sure. Let me put my mask on anyway.
You want to talk smart, but you know what's going on.
No, I do know exactly what's going on. Yeah, I do.
Come on, you're going to get around this road.
Yeah, I'm going to put my mask on. She talking about talking smart. This is a psychopath that already knows that she's being documented. Asking about, did you take a picture?
61. Airport terminal.
And it gave you harassment.
Federal law.
All right, and so she closes the door again. This is a nappy-head, buck-toothed African-American midget engaging in Title 18 criminal conduct, monitoring with the minions, and is hostile because I took a picture of her engaging in federal stalking. You're closing the door because you're not letting me on?
61. Airport terminal. Pomona.
This is harassment by Omnitrans. Excuse me.
Masks on board, and it stops.
You closed the door on me. You closed the door on me.
You call me a psychopath because I'm talking.
You're acting like a psychopath. That's exactly what you're talking about. You're acting like a psychopath. She's monitoring, and she's hostile because she's being documented. And she's monitoring with this minion who's coming and crossing path in directed light. It's 5:22 p.m. Are you closing the door on me again, or can I get on now?
Are you getting on or not?
I was.
Airport
I was. You closed the door on me, so stop playing games. Stop playing games.
No, because you do this quite often.
When have I met you before? What's your name? When have I met you?
Are you going in or not?
When have I met you?
Are you going in?
All right, you know exactly who I am, Satan. All right then, thank you. Yeah, you know exactly what your problem is and what you're doing. What you're doing. You harassing the wrong one. You and your $18 hour job, you're going to lose that, and I'm going to prosecute you. I don't give a damn what you make. You don't have a right to harass me while you're engaging in federal stalking. You're engaging in federal stalking. And you're engaging in making a threat. Employee number 3675. Employee number 3675.
Get off the bus, though.
Get off the bus for what?
You already called me a psychopath.
You are a psychopath.
Get off the
You are.
Thank you.
You're a psychopath.
Get off the bus.
Okay, this is the psychopath employee number 3675. It's 5:23 p.m. and I'm referencing the surveillance cameras. And that's a verbal threat while she's engaging in monitoring with the entity. I understand I captured what is directed light. She is monitoring and then asking me a question that the psychopath already knows the question to. Satan doesn't like to be called by its name. Okay? She doesn't like that. I don't care. This is a demon-possessed stalker acting with the criminal that is Omnitrans. All right, I documented that, and that is her employee number while she's engaging in federal stalking and capturing her images. And understand she's not even facing me in those pictures, right? She's facing the side of the bus, and then she gets up and asks me a question. Did I take a picture of her? She wasn't even looking up at me, all right? Am I holding up my phone? And I'm documenting. First of all, I'm documenting, period. Okay? But second of all, you're talking about what is acting like they're oblivious, like they're not paying attention. All they're doing is stalking and monitoring. And that is a psychopath engaging in hostility. License 1370395 while she is engaging in criminal conduct that I'm documenting her engaging in with that minion that's on the bus who is sitting in directed light, which I also captured images of. So while that demon, again, with the buck teeth, with the bumpy face, with the nappy braids, while she's engaging in stalking in the path in directed light, a demon-possessed stalker, calling it by name, that's Satan, who is hostile to being documented and also uttering what is a threat. Omnitrans is heavily in document. There's no question about what Omnitrans is doing. So you're talking about what is then asking a question, did you take a picture? She wasn't even looking at me. You can look at the picture, which I will be publishing. She wasn't even looking in my direction. She's focusing on her phone, all right, supposedly, all right, watching television. So why are you looking at what I'm doing with regard to my being in a different position from where she's at? But not only that, I'm documenting and they're monitoring and they know that. This is why you are dealing and how you are dealing with what a psychopath is. All right, you're talking about what's hostile to being documented, and I'm going to document you. And I'm going to publish every word of this. You're talking about employee 3675. That's who that one is. All right, a midget who's engaging in hostility while I start recording. Then she's talking about get on the bus. But before I started recording, she was telling me you can sit outside, like she's trying to exclude me because I'm documenting her, and I'm going to. Like I said, you're dealing with psychopath, and all the rest of these demons are monitoring as well. 1535426, bus 1343. And then as I start recording, that's when she's like, are you going to get on the bus? She's playing games. And not only that, understand this is the ongoing elements as well. All right. So you're talking about what is, first of all, indirected light while she's showing hostility. everything that she's saying, and then a minion comes and gets in front of me while she closes the door, which is activity creation. Another minion comes in front of me, and what's his form? He's asking a question. They're monitoring together, okay? And this is after she has closed the door on me, trying to exclude me, and that's why I start recording, and I ask her, so you're not gonna let me on the bus? Because you're suspecting that I'm using specifically my camera while I hold it up? When I could have impaired vision, or I'm just giving you a scenario. I could be looking up on my phone because I can't see it. She don't know. You're supposedly not knowing what it is that I'm doing, but you're recognizing a pattern. Those who are hostile to being documented, they know that they're being documented. And not only that, they're in directed light and under a fake sun, stalking with law enforcement. They also have the ongoing pattern. This is what Satan does, trying to utter what are verbal threats. I will put her in federal prison as I prosecute her. Again, you're talking about what is threatening the liberty of one. You're monitoring. You represent the state. You want to threaten your liberty. You're going to lose yours. They're engaged in a pattern of harassment. They are violent sex offenders, and they're criminals. Omnitrans isn't a legitimate business. Omnitrans is engaging in criminal activity on behalf of a state that's engaged in surveillance. That's all Omnitrans is doing. I've shown you all the ways in which they engage in that. They arrive whenever the P.O.C. requires it. Okay? They engage in harassment as you document them engaging in the P.O.C. They are stalking in the path at a facilitating venue, just like every other minion. The operation of a business is no form. Why? Because directed light covers the venue. Why? Because I've captured what is over 25 instances of the state stalking by helicopter at this venue. Why? Because the entity is engaging in amplification of audible activity in that unnatural light. This is nothing but a venue. Nothing. And that, like I said, that pimple face, nappy braids, okay, she's got buck teeth, she's ugly, and she's a demon-possessed stalker, and I call her psychopath because that's what she's doing. That's what she is, all right? And I'm not going to mince words with Satan. I said I never will. I never will. And you can try to use whatever you have over my head. I'm going to prosecute. I don't care. That's child play. I do not care. Whatever you're doing, I'm going to prosecute you with it. So you engage in harassment while you're monitoring. That's going against the company as well, whose pockets I'm going to drain, okay? This company is nothing but a criminal, nothing, and they're pathetic. So that's why I want to get every word that demon utters, because she's mad that I'm capturing her in relevant position in operation of a communication device in what is directed light. And that's exactly what I captured, while that demon is facing an entirely opposite direction. All right, but then she gets off the bus moments later asking me, did you take a picture? First of all, why are you even asking that? And why are you assuming that I'm taking a picture? Why are you, they make very specific assumptions when it could be anything. She's holding her phone up as well, focusing on her phone, and she in my direction where I'm sitting, which by the way is stalking conduct, where I sit at the bus stop, at the bus I'm going to get in. All of this is a matter of conduct that the entity is stalking. They anticipate where I'm sitting. They surround that position. And if I were to do something different, they engage in positioning all around wherever I'm at. Okay. So anyway, other than that, you're talking about what is documenting third-party facilitating venues such as Walmart doing the exact same thing. And I told that psychopath, you're in directed light all behind her head. Okay, her and Brian, fake sun. Okay, how many instances of the state flying over my head, specifically over me, by helicopter at venues such as Walmart, not just the one at 1333 North Mountain Avenue. All right, this is an ongoing pattern. And you're witnessing what are psychopaths. That's a psychopath that wants to sexually violate you, wants to touch all over you, wants to follow you into the bathroom, wants to follow you wherever it is that you sleep, wants to follow all around everywhere that you go, listening to your very breathing patterns. And then if you have the audacity to tell somebody what they're doing, that psychopath is hostile to it. If you don't get out of here, you go into federal prison for that. You want to threaten somebody's liberty while you are entirely a demon-possessed stalker. You are entirely a psychopath. You are entirely out of your mind if you think you're getting away with that as well. You're not. And I captured that demon's image again while she's engaging in what is harassment. And let me be clear, she's harassing on behalf of the whole entity. The whole one. The state is monitoring through her. These are demons that are acting together. And you're talking about 3675 who's mad because what she's doing is not a secret. She can stand around holding her phone, and I can stand around holding my phone as well. I'm going to document her. All right. And I'm going to publish those images. It's 5:29 p.m. right now. That's P.O.C. What you're witnessing is encountering what is the demon possessed. All right. I don't have any respect for the demon possessed. I'm not going to mince words with the demon possessed. I'm not going to stop documenting the demon possessed, but you also want to pay attention to that threat. Oh, this is the same thing with the demons at Gator Glass in Ontario. Well, the state kept its fake sun over me on that day. I'm referencing, I believe it was January 5th, 2022. And they're in directed light and the fake sun right over Gator Glass at Vine and Hope Boulevard. And they engage in uttering these threats. This is a pattern. Why are you even engaging in mentioning the police? Understand, when I'm standing on the sidewalk using my phone, for what? Why? How is that even relevant? How does it get escalated to that? You're talking about, you're dealing with an entity and law enforcement. They are demons engaging in monitoring to that activity that's being created while they are under the fake sun and indirected light. You're talking about uttering what is an unlawful threat while you are engaged in what is criminal conduct on behalf of the government. And as you threaten liberty, you're going to be prosecuted for that. You lose yours. That's how that works. Okay? The government engaging in trying to kidnap, trying to threaten you, trying to defame you, trying to steal everything you own. That's what the entity engages in. And Omnitrans is an entirely illegitimate company. Monitoring what to the sound of sirens. This is molestation by license plate 1302446, and all the minions on the grounds of Omnitrans monitoring to that. That's Omnitrans communicating a threat by the use of sirens in the background in relevant position while directed light covers the grounds. Okay, that's a sexually violent threat while they're molesting me as well, and then trying to sound sirens. Understand that that's demonic activity. All right, let me give you a translation for that. That's what that is. It's 5:31 p.m. again, employee number 3675, I believe. I read it correctly when I was on the bus, when it appeared on the display. And you have what is 5:31 p.m. while the entity is not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. And this is directed light where they're sounding sirens. It's P.O.C. All right, just like you saw the demons of the Fontana Police Department today, they're not doing anything. They're demons that are focused on me, and they're listening to me prosecute them. All right, and it's entirely pathetic because I'm going to take that demon's liberty while she wants to try to threaten me with an illegitimate state. The demons of the Fontana Police Department don't have any legitimacy. They're demons, and they're stalkers. All right, monitoring while they're in absolutely abnormal light, speaking to what is their demon possession. It's entirely pathetic. But then she wants to engage in verbalizing a threat. Understand, you're not only analyzing, first of all, the environment that you're in while you're trying to wage a threat, because you're hostile, because you're being documented, which the ordinary target individual has every right to do. And that's exactly how it's going to be. Okay, Satan doesn't like it, and you're witnessing me encountering the demon possessed. All right, an entire entity that is inferior, by the way. Okay, you can bring any police officer you want. I'll prosecute them as well. They're going to federal prison. You're talking about all the tools that they have at their disposal to engage in an ongoing threat. Satan is inferior. That's why I know what your condition is, and I'm telling everybody about it. And I'm telling everybody how you can witness that even if you lack the spiritual eye. They're demons, and they are psychopaths. And it is currently 5:32 p.m. monitoring with the state that's sounding sirens, Route 10. Monitoring with that employee engaging in harassment, verbalizing an ongoing threat. They are loitering in relevant position, creating light activity, and engaged in molestation while I'm being covered with directed light, and that employee engaged in that harassment. 1420239, bus 1287. They're acting as an entity. Every demon that I documented inside of the plaza at Sierra in relevant position, monitoring. Every demon at that facilitating venue of the Fontana Lewis Library engaging in a molestation, engaged in surveillance on behalf of the state, monitoring, speaking as one. All right, like I said, it's currently 5:33 p.m. and I encounter ignoramuses all day long. All right, you're talking about what is entirely ignorant and woefully unprepared for what is the arsenal with which Satan itself is going to be approached with, having all the minions that it wants. Guess what? All the minions in the world, and I mean that, all the minions in the world is no comparison. It is no competition with regard to what is going to be judgment and a prosecution that the entity cannot stop. You can't stop it. You make it worse on yourself. And like I said, Omnitrans is a matter of justice, deserves and shall be that which no longer exists. All right, these are companies just like this that I've shown you engaging in a pattern which is shared amongst other commercial actors, engaging in what is absolutely twisted. It's wicked at its core, absolutely demented. You got demons that are just walking around in the parking lot because they're circling around me in directed light, while that demon engaging in monitoring is trying to utter a threat because I'm showing her to be the psychopath stalker that she is. She's just wearing a uniform. Okay, I'm not scared of no buck-toothed, pimple-faced, demon-possessed stalker who's monitoring me. She's obsessed with me, and she's mad because I know it. Her demon possession is not a secret. The fact that she's a stalker is not a secret. The fact that she's engaging in violation of federal law is not a secret either. All right, so you can be as hostile as you want. And that's why I call that demon by its name, Satan. That's exactly why. You can be as hostile as you want while I document that. And you are talking about what? It's 5:34 p.m. That's ongoing harassment by Omnitrans within an ongoing history, a pattern, a long pattern of Omnitrans in particular. All right, Omnitrans is nothing but a criminal enterprise operating, engaging in what is surveillance with the government. And let me be clear, with regard to revealing what the government is doing in the state of California, that's essentially what I'm revealing with regard to the ongoing directed light. It doesn't matter if it's some mom and pop business driving a beat up Toyota truck while they're making deliveries of their Tres Leche cakes. Guess what? While they're crossing paths, it's the exact same directed light, and the fake sun remains over me. Whether they're speaking English, whether they're speaking Spanish, it doesn't matter. This is nothing but a cover for what is ongoing surveillance in the state of California, acting via third parties in their own individual capacities. That is, they're using their own little beater, or they're crossing paths in a Maserati, or they're crossing paths on a commercial vehicle such as Omnitrans, using whatever it is that they have at their disposal. They're acting on behalf of the government, and it is nothing other than a cover for what is state surveillance. All right. So you were talking about literally the audible activity with which I will prosecute you with. I'm going to prosecute you with that. All right, and as I speak to what is employee number 3017, employee number 3316, employee number now 3675, you're talking about employee number 3640. And I have a history of documenting them by employee names as well. You're talking about an ongoing pattern of federal stalking criminal conduct is nothing but other than what Omnitrans is engaging in. The state of California is engaging in surveillance, doing it through what are ignoramuses such as Omnitrans. Okay, I'm sure you don't need anything more than a high school degree. All right, if that. And you're talking about any ordinary criminal and demon willing to engage in criminal activity, which is engagement in what is an unspoken system. All right, and so you're talking about what is thoroughly an ignoramus. Okay, just running off at the mouth, and it's going to be used against them and the company. You're talking about an entity. I'm gonna prosecute them with that. All right, so this ignoramus engaging in hostility, just want to give you the rundown on that. And you're witnessing me encountering what is a demon. That's what I'm encountering. I'm dealing with the demon. I'm dealing with Satan itself. And that's hostile because I'm going to continue to prosecute it. Look at my documentation that I again published again today. The P.O.C. is ongoing and the prosecution is in progress. It's ongoing and it's unstoppable. All right, you're talking about evidence which is insurmountable. And then this demon has the mouth to run her buck teeth to me. If you don't, yeah, it's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. So this is not me getting angry. I'm not angry. I'm in the position of victory. I don't lose. Satan loses. Satan and all thousands of his minions, they lose together. That's what this is. All right. You don't get at this juncture for not. OK, you're talking about what is encountering evil and the fact that evil is very determined to maintain some face. They don't have any. You're talking about out of foolish arrogance while you're being constantly documented and revealed as what is a sex offender. So there's no there's no show of strength in that. You're pathetic. All right. You're a loser. And you also cannot take the fact that you are indeed a loser. And the fact that you're a loser is a matter of record as well. OK, using what they have at their disposal for a means of engaging in harassment, the same criminal operation used for a means of sexual violence, that criminal system, which is a business named Omnitrans, engaged in what is surveillance on behalf of the government. And everything that you heard was nothing but audible activity and relevant positioning and engaging in light activity, even including what was the minion that immediately walks up to what is to engage in what is monitoring together. Understand, it's not some question that they're posing. They're demons together, engaging in what is ceaseless monitoring. And then you're talking about the psychopath that's then talking about, are you going to get on the bus? Like she's not even focused on me getting on the bus. She's not. She's engaging in ongoing monitoring. And while she knows this is a demon that knows when I'm recording and when I'm not recording, okay? And that's why I started recording. So are you trying to exclude me from the bus? And on what grounds? Because you're asking me a question that you don't even... First of all, why are you concerned about it? Second of all, why are you making that specific assumption? Third of all, you weren't even looking at me. So how do you know that I was even holding up my phone? So, right, this would be the case. Like I said, when Satan is keeping its back to me, the eye of Satan remains on me. All right. You've seen the same thing at what is the private space in the bathroom where the sex offender, they're in directed light, they're creating audible activity, they're under the fake sun, all manner of the P.O.C. But you look at them and they're acting like they're oblivious to my presence. Nobody's looking at me. Nobody says anything. And then all of a sudden somebody comes in and addresses, were you taking pictures? Well, who said that? Where did that come from? Because nobody is looking like, they're acting like they don't know I'm there. So understand what is ongoing. It's an unspoken system where they're acting like, they're both fearful, but they're also acting like what I'm telling you is going on is not going on. But you also know what's going on, not by virtue of what is the P.O.C., which is insurmountable evidence, but also by virtue of what is their harassment while they engage it. Satan doesn't have to look at you. They are focused on me. And that ongoing documentation that I also have coexists with that. It's the direct contrast, contrary to what demons want to present. Demons don't have any form. Demons are psychopaths. These are psychopaths. That's why I called her that, and I'm publishing it on my podcast. Okay? That employee, 3675, is a midget. She's a buck-toothed, pimple-faced, nappy-braided psychopath sex offender. And she is demon-possessed. That's her issue. That's her condition. She's stalking, period. And she doesn't like that I documented her as such. Kicking me off of her bus. She gets paid, what, $18? She's pathetic. She's getting paid that amount of money, whatever amount she's getting paid. Her entire life is worthless. Her focus is on me. How pathetic is that? Your entire existence, everything you're doing is centered around me. And I know it. And you're mad because I know it. You're mad. That's Satan. Okay? That's P.O.C. And you got a whole bunch of, what are hollow dummies and zombies walking around in circles and with triple and quadruple shadows. Psychopaths. Okay, stalking around, creating light. That's what Omnitrans is doing. That's what the demons at third-party facilitating venue, Village at Sierra, the minions whose addresses I documented on what is Nuevo, all of them that I've already cited, I'm going to prosecute them. They can create light activity up and down that street all they want. They're all monitoring together. That's why I walked through that apartment complex. All of those license plates, they're monitoring together. All right, it's called a venue. It's group conduct and it's government conduct. All right, so it's 5:40 p.m. That is P.O.C. That's the posture of the defeated. That's how pathetic they are. And that minion can't even spell posture while she's trying to, being ghetto and being threatening with your speech because you lack the ability to engage in agreement with your verbs and your nouns is not threatening to me. It's not. Neither is the fact that you're a demon-possessed stalker. The fact that I discern your condition means you are by definition inferior. License plate 1590904, bus 7309. And they're all here on the grounds of Omnitrans, the bus stations. They're all stalking with light, monitoring with the demons at Nuevo and at the village at Sierra. They're monitoring together, okay? Monitoring while they're also engaging in what is documented harassment. It's 5:41 p.m. That's audible activity. Demons are patrolling onto Route 66, which is engaging in a molestation across the street. Like I stated, a demon using their flashes. They're not doing anything but monitoring. The entire operation is centered on me. Okay, an employee 3675 providing ongoing harassment by a demon who's being documented in that. The minions of on Nuevo Way, those demons, they're just making U-turns up and down the street with hazards on. And then Route 66 is right here on the property molesting with hazards on. The demons on the opposite side of the bus station, Omnitrans, their buses, they're listening to every word that I'm uttering. They're focused on me and they're stalking in the path with light. They're not operating a business. They're stalking in the path with light. All right, with the demons of the addresses on Nuevo and Orange Way. I've already documented their addresses, and that's also easily to locate on a map exactly where I'm at, and that's relevant position. They're all monitoring together. All right, Route 66 taking off, engaging in prolonged molestation and arriving while 61 takes off. As I document, they arrive at that time on purpose, engaging in a prolonged molestation and terrorism with the other demons surrounding the property with hazard lights, and they're all on surveillance camera. Again, that's license 1302446, bus 1361. It's 5:42 p.m. Omnitrans hurrying up to arrive to cross path while I'm uploading my podcast, and this minion has been loitering, molesting with the state sounding sirens, with the minion harassing on the opposite side. This is Route 19. This is bus number 1354, license plate 1535543. Taking off as I start uploading my podcast onto the internet. That's stalking in the path, doing so using a bus. Nothing but a demon. This is nothing but a criminal operation on behalf of the government while they're engaging in what is demonic activity. This is bus number 1333, hurrying up, speeding up to arrive at the property, Route 61 with license plate. They're doing so as I'm uploading my podcast. In other words, use of internet. License plate 1302445. And it's currently 5:44 p.m.
Come on in if you would like.
Thank you. It's 5:44 p.m. I'm getting on the bus now. 1420090. That is the other bus that was loitering in a relevant position, present while the state's sounding sirens, present as the state is molesting via Omnitrans and the minions at the facilitating venues along Nuevo, including Village at Sierra. That's a facilitating venue in relevant position used by stalkers to engage in molestation with the state because their headlights are not reaching in and spreading across the sidewalk all the way across to the opposite side and touching me. That's the ongoing molestation. All right, and doing so, that is literally the predators that engage in that conduct, and that is attributed to all of those third-party facilitating venues directly across from the Fontana Metrolink train station along Nuevo, whose addresses I have documented before. That bus, Route 15 crossing path. All right, while I'm now sitting on Route 61, Route 14 crossing path, license 1420033, bus 1290, and it is currently 5:46 p.m. All right, license 1545817. This is Omnitrans crossing path at 6:02 p.m. As they are engaging and monitoring what I'm doing on the internet, which was updating my website, which you can see documenting what is the ongoing harassment as it's documented by the entity, acting by Omnitrans. Omnitrans is speaking, acting in concert with the state, speaking and acting as the entity and the demons that they are. This is how demons conduct themselves. And I'm also going to show you how you restrain demons. It's 6:06 p.m. Also at 6:03 p.m. crossing path 1545424. This is Omni Transit Gang crossing path while the bus that I'm on, Route 61, remains at the bus station, at the train station, excuse me, while Metrolink is a means of audible activity creation, and that was at 6:03 p.m. It is currently 6:06 p.m. again, and I'm on Route 61. This is bus number 1333. It's 8VSL645. 7FCV 509. GRG 506. The El Pollo Local on Sierra Avenue, 9171 Sierra Avenue in Fontana. This is federal group stalking monitoring that they're engaging in. You have third parties congregating in relevant position, creating light activity. License plate 5WGS 714. And it's 6:07 p.m. That's the driver jerking on the brakes. That's activity creation. It's also a method of harassment. Stalking with activity as I use my phone. It's all of the above. License 8RHC 316. 8ABC 899, 8WYR, I can't really see that one, 8NOU 785, 8PLH 276, 8XLC 952, excuse me. I think that's 6VAL 852. And these are minions patrolling onto the bus. They're repeatedly crossing path. As they're getting on the bus, I'm reading license plates of minions patrolling outside of the bus. License 96004X1. Employee number 3107. That's what the display says. That's distinct from 3017. Don't be confused with the sex offender. That's the female. All right. And that same employee number displayed earlier today as well. And this is a Latino male driving. He has a lot of facial hair, I believe, as well. And this is a different employee number. Subtly different. Everything the entity does, by the way, is intentional. There is no confusion about, you're talking about an ongoing massive documentation, not just on the bus where I'm located, my podcast, my video documentation, my images that I capture, 6W89319. But like I said, there's more than one method, and I mentioned that also because you're dealing with criminals. You're dealing with demons and you're dealing with criminals. Well, like I said, with regard to, there's no avoiding a prosecution, and there also is no remaining any mystery with regard to who is indeed engaging in criminal conduct with the government, who they are, and their criminal intentions while they engage in the P.O.C, which is also obstruction of justice. You're dealing with psychopaths. It's just lawlessness amongst demons. They're animals. They're literally animals. And I read 6W89319, 8TQR730. BH 687. Monitoring at what is the Fontana swap meet. I believe that's referred to as the El Niños Plaza. Penske crossing path. 7XDX 289, I believe. 5MBW 566. 8MQH 387. MANNY G4. The In and Out, which is adjacent to the El Niños Plaza. Ongoing congregation, they're monitoring. License, read that one. I read that one as well. ATQR 73. I read all these minions license plates. 8XLC 852. 6WNB 167. 8GFY 663. And this is also the Starbucks. I've also documented the fake sign appearing out of nowhere. The state was trying to cover it up, and as I remain there, the state just pops up with its fake sun right over my head at the same venue where the Starbucks is at Marigold and Sierra Avenue. And the state engaging in creating audible activities, sounding faint sounding of sirens. 5SVG 134. Turning onto Marigold now. 5Y13531. PERCH 74. Or PERCH 574. 8UGH 732. It's currently 6:12 p.m. These are minions getting on, and light activity being created at what is the senior citizen complex that is on Marigold, right before you turn off of Juniper. This is light activity in relevant position 6ZFG 042, I believe, and it looks like those are the state's emergency vehicle lights. That's light activity. Those are demons stalking with light. Those are demons in operation of what are state vehicles, police vehicles, ambulance vehicles, fire trucks. Those are demons stalking with light. And these are nothing but minions just patrolling on the bus. License 8GFY 663 is crossing path again. Is indeed the fire truck. That's the Ontario Fire Department on the property of that senior citizen. Understand they're doing the same thing that the demons of the 280 North Lemon Apartments do. And this is third-party facilitating venue, Dino Papaviro. That's called light activity and crossing path and facilitation. Okay, demon possessed are old as dirt, all right? And they're also young bucks under the age of 18 engaging in demonic activity together, terrorism together. 7YJC 232. That's the same exact conduct I've documented, shown you in a wealth of documentation, 280 North Lemon Apartments, the demons of the elderly, with which there will be no difference as to how federal law will treat them and identify them. It's state surveillance. License 6ZFG042. I read that one already. It's 6:14 p.m. You're actually identifying and understanding what is criminal summoning.
Stop requested.
Right? And that's what that is.
If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
Eight LJT 195, 8 MKS 383, 8 EC E088, I believe. This is at Jennifer and San Bernardino Avenue. That's a demon saying God bless you and directed light while they're getting off the bus. Okay, it's P.O.C. San Bernardino Avenue and Cypress, I believe. Yeah, Cypress at 6:16 p.m.
requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
8 DTB 808. 8S04 921. And molesting. Absolutely impossible while they're driving by. The state touching with light. All right, that is them touching with light. That's a demon. Again, 8S04 921. And it's 6:19 p.m. And we're still on San Bernardino Avenue.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
At the intersection of Elm Avenue, Fontana Avenue, on San Bernardino Avenue. Eight 9186 P2.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. Be safe now.
8 Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
Cherry and San Bernardino Avenue right now. Yeah, Cherry and San Bernardino Avenue. License 7VXD723. You have a demon stalking on foot, walking in the dark, just pointing a flashlight down onto their person while the bus is driving on San Bernardino Avenue. That's a demon stalking with light. All right, in doing so in that method, on the side of the street where the window of the bus, everything that demons do is intentional. It's not only that they engage in the P.O.C, it's like they want to be noticed engaging in the P.O.C. This is Satan, thirsty for attention, but at the same time doesn't want its conduct to be revealed. That's too late, but this is what I mean by an unbalanced psychopath, right? You're talking about absolutely unbalanced. License plate, I can't really see that one. And that's the demonic activity that the United States Postal Service, and by the way, that was actually a demon-possessed third party who was given a United States Postal Service vehicle after 10 o'clock at night while the state was flying over my head by helicopter. That's the government just lending a vehicle to a minion to engage in terrorism and stalking and engaging in the conduct of demons running around all around me with light. That's what they're doing under the fake sun with directed light. They're just pacing all around me with light. They're demons. Psychopath.
Tag at Omnitrans in your daily commutes. You just might be featured on our social media pages. Like always, remember
7VXD723 is loitering in relevant position.
While on the bus. Learn more at omnitrans.org.
On San Bernardino Avenue, and that was Cherry that we passed. Remember, this is employee 3107, distinct from the other sex offender I documented individually, 3017. By the way, currently 6:26 p.m. on San Bernardino Avenue. (3107) pounding on the brakes. License 7VXD723 crossing path to that activity creation. Understand what that demon is doing. Creates sensational activity while he pounds on the brakes. And he stops at the railroad tracks, which creates light activity. Right? And those demons that I'm reciting the license plate, they're crossing path. P.O.C. It's also harassment while they engage in that. At San Bernardino Avenue, and I can't see the cross street. It's currently 6:27 p.m. We are now at what is Kaiser Way. crossing Wineville on 4th Street. Remember, San Bernardino Avenue turns into 4th Street. WUV 746 at 4th Street at the 5030 Plaza. This is where the freeway exit is of the 15 freeway. ELLEYD. LKG 467. D2. All of these minions crossing path. The directed light that is moving through the center of the bus is moving in stride with these demons on the road. RINNNDY. Impossible light while they are crossing path as I'm reading their license plates. Okay, it is the same exact stalking with light, and they're demons. 8VYJ675. And 4th Street right now at 6:33 p.m. License BM19N58 paper 8AJR019 8VYJ675 8YAM920 8NDF 520, I believe. Can't really see the rest, I don't know. And it's currently 6:34 p.m. at Milliken and 4th Street. TIG 249. All of them molesting, including 3107 who's driving. 7 UGU 695. Six EVF 698. 6BWK702, because I didn't read that one. And 6KVF737. Stalking at Concours in Milliken. It is currently, by the way, 6:36 p.m. 6:37 p.m. Six 1247. It looks like it has some sort of different looking license plate. Let's see. That's all I can see right now. License plate 7VOU755 8CGT 645 7GYP 525 8YAR 755 8J07077 7HDE 646, I believe. This is our Raising Cane's. This is a venue. Just like you see the fake sun by day, directed light remains, and they're just congregated in relevant positions, stalking in traffic. 8. I can't see that one. Including at 76 at Ontario Mills. Rockler woodworking and hardware facilitating venue, creating flickering light. McDonald's, a facilitating venue, lined up around through the drive-thru. This is relevant positioning. This is stalking out of third-party facilitating venue. This is on the property of Ontario Mills. 8RRF791. License 8YJY957. And this is the same exact stop where I was documenting molestation, and the fake sun was right over the bus. 6RUF130, and this is the same demonic activity, the same surveillance. Now, okay, 8TQK 804, 8XYC 911, 8UGH 545, I believe, 7WPB 678. He's crossing path, creating audible activity, and directed light is on the bus. They're monitored. This is 3107. License plate. That's audible activity. He's pacing on the bus. Directed light is on the bus. This is P.O.C. License RIZZLEE 15108D2. 8UUK 236 002-133. Can't see the last one. It's 6:40 p.m. (4536) 4X2, I believe. C32881. Group stalking at the McDonald's located at 4310 Milliken, I believe it will be. This is the McDonald's inside of the Ontario Mills. The address is 4310. License 7PMM858. Oh, 4310 Concourse is the McDonald's. License 7XMC502. Sorry, did that hit you? Sorry. My bag fell over. Let's talk to a third party. 41577X2 6TDY223. On Inland Empire Boulevard right now. Monitoring at Benihana. That's a venue. And Benihana's on Inland Empire Boulevard. (66743) at Haven and Inland Empire at 6:44 p.m. BSA UZF, excuse me. That looks like a Florida plate as well. It's a demon stalking with audible activity. They stay back, especially as I continue recording. 7HDD009, engaging in that ongoing P.O.C, arriving in the path visibly as I engage in activity on my phone. 7HDD009. 6:45 p.m. Passing now Haven, remaining on Inland Empire Boulevard. KVM 671 at 2940 Inland Empire Boulevard. 6HUT 147. The line of the demons arrive as I log onto the internet. They're stalking and monitoring. License KAZ1. That's some black-faced, demon-possessed stalker monitoring, surveilling with law enforcement and Omnitrans, including employee number 3107. It's 6:47 p.m. Alright, that is crossing path. You have a stalker that gets on the bus in order to engage in activity creation that creates lights come on. This is patrolling while the demons are in traffic. This is activity creation, everyone on the bus monitoring with communication device. And this is on the form of somebody just getting on the bus. This is a demon-possessed stalker engaging in at the precise moment being available at a bus stop in order to engage in crossing a path. I am currently logged onto the internet, and I just updated my podcast again. It's currently 6:48 p.m. And I captured that demon's image getting on the bus. It's 6:49 p.m. Molestation. This is the mobile located at Archibald Avenue and Inland Empire at 6:49. A demon monitoring. A demon on the bus also monitoring. Just switching seats with her minionite child as a means of activity creation. They're moving around in directed light. 8VFV211 molesting. 964. I can't really see the rest of that one. You can scratch that. And it's currently 6:49 p.m. Mobile is right here in relevant position. They are monitoring together. While that activity is ongoing, while that molestation is underway, it is facilitating everybody else's ability to monitor, including the minions on the bus. Okay. 8VOH016. Now on Inland Empire, you have a demon on the property of Mobile at the back of the gas station by what is the air tank, the air refiller, with their headlights on. They're stalking, and they're doing that on surveillance cameras of the property. That's the mobile located at the intersection of Archibald Avenue and Inland Empire at 6:50 p.m. It's probably like an air pump, or I just thought about that, like a tire pump, but it looked more like a vacuum with the long black hoses. They're sitting in their car, stalking in the path with light in relevant position to where the bus is, by the way, at the red light on Inland Empire. You're sitting at the back portion of the mobile gas along the wall by what appears to be the vacuum on the property of that mobile gas station at Archibald and Inland Empire. I can't really see that one. 8PBF 655.
Caution.
8TBX 094. Stalking on the grounds of the airport, surrounding with light around the perimeter, just like you saw earlier today, this morning, under the fake sun. This is exactly what the demons are doing in directed light, which remains. So you have a demon at an open driveway entrance, headlights aiming toward the street as the bus is driving on airport. And they are also doing that on what are surveillance cameras of the property. They are crossing path, creating light in the path. That's a demon stalking with light. (6WKY102). And the impossible sensational activity of any rumbling on the bus. That's demonic. I'll tell you what Satan does. It's really unintelligent. It's all you need is the right person though to just scrutinize and break it down. It's common sense. It's not intelligent at all. And this is criminal conduct at Ontario Airport. The Ontario PD are stalking in the path. The people of the state are stalking in the path. Employee number 3107 is stalking in the path. All of them engaging in that terrorism together. And that's why you have what's supposed to be earthquake-like activity while you're sitting on the bus, on the street, on Airport Road. And Union Pacific is using that train station as a means of crossing a path and activity creation, which is never going to be creating an earthquake while you're on the bus, by the way. That's the ongoing demonic behavioral pattern. It's activity creation, okay? And the demons of the Ontario Police Department are monitoring to that as well. License 6KZN282. The demons are lined up. This is Terminal 2, creating hazard lights. That's light activity. This is criminal conduct at this venue where the state places a fake sun over it while you're driving through it, driving past it, while I'm on it. Because that's not the actual sun over the Ontario Airport. Hovering, by the way. Did you see that video? Hovering over the planes that are parked on the ground through the window of the bus. That's a hovering light source directly over the planes that are parked on the ground, not the sun. Not intelligent. Direct evidence for prosecution. Employee number 3107 monitoring was 7ZDJ 397, I believe. You can scratch some of those. 7RHK073. I can't really see the rest of them. 7UEP433. 8XCD 939. While this minion's just loitering at the entrance and those minions are patrolling. 33800V6 paper plate. All right, that's an Asian face demon monitoring. Okay, has nothing to do with minorities. You're talking about the government that's targeting based on what is a demonic activity. This is the demon possessed. Demons want to distract you and put you on the wrong trail, talking about race issues that just get you emotional and passionate. And it is not what the government is doing. It's monitoring. 7WMT358, placing you under surveillance and engaging in what is monitoring with communication devices using black faces, women and men, and underage minions who are black, okay? Black as night. Has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. And this is an Asian face demon stalking in the path. Directed light on the bus, directed light while demons are patrolling, while he's standing there acting as though he's focused on a conversation with the bus driver. They're both minions monitoring together. License 69372K2. That's a commercial vehicle on the property of the Ontario Airport grounds, stalking with light in the path. And the Ontario Police Department are on this grounds of this property engaging in that criminal conduct with the people. And Ontario Airport is nothing but headquarters for P.O.C. Terminal 4. Oh, no. For American, Hawaiian, Southwest, these airlines. The minions are maintaining presence in front of their, in front of those respective entries for those airlines, stalking with light. DZ310, handicap. And by the way, it is 6:56 p.m. 8DFH 470. Yeah, this is Terminal 4. This is where we're at now. Ontario PD at Terminal 4, stalking with light with the people while they're surrounding around, creating light activity. Patrolling in relevant position while the bus drives by. They're just walking around while that ongoing light and direct light is on the bus, which I've also shown you in video already. 8KDG174, a demon stalking in the path while directed light is streaming on the bus. They're stalking with light. It's the exact same thing when you see directed light as they drive by. BU20J35 paper, 8CMH226. And Fontana PD are doing nothing but patrolling in relevant position. License plate 4928612. That's out of state. That's a big nose white female with 4 eyes stalking in the path in directed light. And the entity maintaining around all the 4 corners, 8BD, hold on, let me get this demon, 8PBF655, I believe, while they're maintaining around the corners of the property, flashing lights. Okay, they're maintaining light, and by doing that with hazard lights. And that's what they're doing while I'm reading those license plates of those minions. And the minions of the Ontario Police Department maintaining all the corners with not only directed light on the bus, directed light covers the grounds, and maintaining light with via hazards. That's all they're doing, stalking with light. That's the objective of demons, stalking around, following you around, running around wherever you go with light. Okay, including doing that in the bathroom. It's not only an obsessed stalker, you're talking about a whole other level of a sex offender and a weird one. License 4GNK365, crossing path, using their turn signals while they do so. It's a method of stalking with light. Nothing cunning about it. It's a demon. WTO 405 and a dark blue Elantra or a black Elantra. And it's 6:50 That's the criminal system in operation at the Ontario airport. And those are the demons of law enforcement at what is an international airport. Surveillance underway. Demons focused on one, maintaining the elements. What is the guise that some business is underway? No. The state is engaged in surveillance at the Ontario International Airport, and there's nothing else that is of priority but that. And that's what you need to understand. That's what the documentation shows too. All the incredible manners of engaging in this comprehensive system, this vast system, amongst companies, amongst the people, amongst the government. It is 6:59 p.m. And pursuant to that, while the entity listens to me prosecute it via podcast, filling the front of the bus with impossible light activity. Okay, while Satan, in other words, the psychopath that is, listens to me document the fact that the Ontario International Airport is nothing but a guise for what is criminal conduct. Ongoing surveillance is underway. All right, you're talking about demons engaging in the ongoing elements surrounding that property with light activity. That's all that they're consumed with. When you would think that they should be getting on a flight, focus on some flight, the state engages in using these commercial airline planes to engage in terrorism and stalking me. All right, that's the ongoing consumption with me, as opposed to what you would think is going on in an ordinarily free and normal society. This is not normal. These are demons. All right, it's 7 p.m. on the dot. Alright, stalking with the Ontario Police Department, 8 WOS 673 at what is Grove and Hope Boulevard at third-party facilitating venue. Looks like Mayfair Inn. That's the demons engaging in criminal conduct together, the people of the state, and the demons of the police department, which is light activity, indirected light. This license plate. Oh, they don't have one. Shocking. U-Haul crossing path. License plate 6YRS061. 94490S1, 7LOP 101, 7LQH 101, excuse me, 8T47517. And again, that's third-party facilitating venue, which is adjacent to what is Mayfair Inn. Stalking in the path. The bus stops at this bus stop as a means of loitering while the Ontario police are creating that light activity. These are demons engaging in P.O.C. together, okay? Directed light is on the bus in the same way that you see the fake sun over me, while the demons of the Ontario Police Department are monitoring and stalking together with the people of the state. And that's what's underway. It's at 7:05 p.m. 91761L2. Stalking with the police, engaging in surveillance together. 8 ECW 664, stalking with the police. 8 WIF 538, stalking with the police. All right, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles in what is a vacant parking lot, and this is the property right adjacent to, it's adjacent to the Mayfair Inn, the Ontario Airport. Those demons are doing nothing but creating light. What the Ontario Police Department are doing has already been heavily documented. And not only that, they don't, by virtue of the documentation, they don't have any credibility, but with regard to the elements, all they're doing is creating light activity. But again, as I've shown them to be the demons that they are literally engaging in ongoing criminal conduct, which is terrorism, which is going to what is federal prison, because those are demons that like to kidnap and steal. All right, they're thieves, which is the same with the people of the state. All these minions on the Omnitrans bus are monitoring with the Ontario Police Department. Understand that. And I captured some of their images, and they are published onto my Google Drive. They're all on surveillance cameras engaging in criminal conduct with the Ontario Police. This is how an entity engages in terrorizing him. All right, so you'll have the demons that are the representing law enforcement, stalking in the path, creating light, and all the demons sitting around you monitoring to that activity creation. While, mind you, also the state's keeping a fake sun over you, molesting you with direct light, and at nightfall keeping directed light, moving it across, as I've shown you in more than one video, on the grounds of the bus, through the center of the bus, which is never any, it's obvious directed light. That's how it's terrorism. All right, you're talking about what is not even having any form like street lamps, or is reaching onto the middle of the bus, streaming toward the front of the bus when you are approaching. It's ridiculous. All right, that's what the demons of the Ontario Police Department are doing, and these demons on the bus are doing so, including employee number 3107 engaging in terrorism and stalking with the Ontario Police Department. We are currently at campus and Hope Boulevard at 7:07 p.m. And again, employee 3107. Let me get the MARIS 74 7SHE 080. 5VFL491. Employee 3107 is a Latino male with, he looks like a werewolf. He's got a lot of facial hair. He's engaging in terrorism with OPD with the rest of these minions that I continue to document. Alrighty, it is 7:07 p.m. and this is bus number 1333.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
And so you're going to remember this criminal conduct that Omnitrans is engaged in, that it facilitates, and then you're going to listen to again. And this one, I'm going to prosecute Omnitrans and the people of the state and employee 3675 with a psychopath, as I called it. I call it like it is, a psychopath. And then you're going to recall the documentation. And then that psychopath's audible activity, because she's mad that she's coined as the demon-possessed stalker she is. All right? And that she's a violent psychopath who's been captured engaging in that. All right? Objective evidence of it, by the way. That's what you're going to remember when I prosecute them. It is 7:08 p.m. This is license plate 1302445, bus number 1333. Alrighty, and it is 7:09 p.m. at Lebanon Hall. Let's see, license 6YIU972. 7WLN 549. 8NM, I can't really see that one. I want to say 8NM 941, substantially similar. It's a black Navigator, but I can't really see that clearly. You can scratch that one. Excuse me. All right, I am on traffic cameras crossing the street on Holt and Plum at 7:10 p.m. right now. 8AKM440, 5UAG806, 72708R1, 94573K1, 8PHL410, 8NNX419, 7RSS138. These are minions in the drive-thru. This is a means of stalking in the path. They're in directed light. There is no form. There is nothing that you are buying that is anything other than the demonic stalking that it is. That's why there's 4 and 5 shadows around me while you want to sit in a drive-thru like you're doing anything else. That's the unpersuasive stalking of a psychopath having no form, revealing what the government is engaging in surveillance. It is 7:11 p.m. ZDZ684. All right. This group stalker meeting me at Shiro's Liquor to engage in stalking at the venue. License 5YTR or 5YIR 629. Another black-faced demon engaging in stalking with law enforcement. 61182Y2. All right, I want to get this group stalker coming into the parking lot. 6VJS395. Creeping in from transit. All right, molesting. License plate 7CVH329. 4KLC, I can't really see that. 7YCH914. 8TJK930. And this is license plate 7ZJR415. That's a long-nosed, white-faced demon stalking in the path, entering into the B&G Plaza. 8LLD629. This appears to be a white male wearing glasses. The state just spanning directed light onto the street while he is then crossing path. All right, this is stalking with light, doing so at nightfall. And that's a demon, okay? That's what that is. That's what that issue is. License 5NFU. I can't really see that one. 7CXW921. 8PVW8298. Oh, you can scratch that one. I can't see that one. 8AJY144, 6MQF3 or 435, I believe. And that demon, the first one that I'm reading, the white male with glasses, direct light spanning across the street, coming from B&G Plaza. License 8HIP132. It's 7:19 p.m. Eight AJY144. Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts, stalking with light, hazard lights in the middle of the street, and the minions are in relevant position while making a turn. That's third-party facilitating venue, the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts in the City of Ontario at C Street and Euclid. It's 7:23 p.m. 8HKL118, 6MRF115, 8KTF814. Zolos Bieria. Monitoring, and those minions using that venue as a relevant positioning. This demon that's on a bike crossing the street has two shadows that are upright on the wall in front of the wall of what is the RIA Money Express at South Euclid, at 101 South Euclid Avenue. Sam's Liquor, light activity, 5THE550. They're demons that engage in the same conduct everywhere that you're going. That's P.O.C. It's 7:24 p.m. License 6YIU972. Yeah. 8YJR881 at Starbucks at 706 West Holt. EYELME or EVELYNE, like they're trying to spell Evelyn, perhaps. They're crossing path nonetheless. It's a V or a Y. And doing so at 7:27 p.m. on Mountain Avenue. At 8th Street and Mountain Avenue at the Speedway Express, stalking in the path. 99-cent store on Mountain Avenue, filling the parking lot with light activity. It's 7:27 p.m. now. 8LMP272, 6YMT369, 8WLH780. Hello. 8RIX529. Molestation with directed light at 7:31 p.m. by the third party in the vehicle. P.O.C. Alright, license 8BE S474, 7NRV431.
I'm sure you're sorry.
Those are demons stalking with audible activity as I am uploading them to the internet. You're witnessing demonic activity and criminal conduct. This is interstate stalking. This is AMR, directed light all across the street. This is license plate 1159426. That's actually not AMR. That's American Metal. I'm sorry. That's the Ontario Fire Department in a paramedics vehicle. Directed light, stalking with them, 8ROY042. License 7DYG143. These are demons patrolling with the Ontario Fire Department. 5BYJ743, 8SMG795. Demons, all of them, stalking with light. And the Ontario Fire Department in a paramedic vehicle, understand those demons are sitting around in a corner and they wait for that very second to sound those sirens and do so while I am on the internet uploading my website All right, and then at the moment that I switch to my podcast, which is change in operation of my communication device, the second that I do that, immediately sirens sound. You hear the volume. They are already close, stalking in relevant position, stalking with presence, and then crossing path. And while they do so, directed light all over the place. And then you have a line of demons behind all of those license plates that I read. Okay, that is P.O.C. That is P.O.C. And those are demons engaging in that. The demons of the fire department engaging in criminal conduct with the demons of the third parties, the people of the state. All right. It's the same thing with the police department. It's the same thing with any other means of the state engaging in activity with the demons that are engaging in activity together. You just have one demon after another crossing path over and over again, stalking with light. It is currently 7:54 p.m. POC. All right, and the demons that are the people of the state are engaging in crossing a path on G Street, where I'm in front of what is the Tabor Professional Building on G Street, which is directly across the street from what is the intersection of G and Fern. I'm still essentially in the same venue. You're talking about the same as far as relevant positioning. I want to be clear, not only is Woodside Senior Apartments, you're talking about what is this entire neighborhood as far as relevant positioning: Vine, G Street, Fern, F Street, Euclid Avenue. You're talking about the Rite Aid, that entire plaza. All of them are monitoring while the Ontario police are group stalking. These are demons that are sitting in a paramedic's vehicle, sitting in the dark around the corner, monitoring what I'm doing on a phone, on the internet. And then the moment that I engage in a change of activity from one activity to another online, which is what is the center of the use of internet and communication devices by demons who are stalking with simultaneity, creating audible light activity. And the sirens are used as that method of stalking with audible activity, and then the sirens and the lights while they are stalking in the path. This is the same exact demonic conduct as I'm showing you the people of the state doing it in their cars, whatever type of methods that they have to stalk in the path with light. Those are demons stalking with light in a paramedic's vehicle. Okay, the people of the state are engaging in patrolling. That is the ongoing patrolling conduct. You have the fire department coming in, engaging in that. That's exactly what the Ontario Police Department were doing at Mayfair Inn, right on the property adjacent to Mayfair Inn. Exactly what the Ontario Police Department are doing on the grounds of the Ontario Airport, while the ongoing stalking with light all around, and including on the bus, light, directed light streaming on the bus. Absolutely impossible light. Demons stalking with light. All right. You have that ongoing coexistence of what are the people of the state acting directly and vicariously, while that ongoing directed light remains. And this is what is referred to as stalking with light. This is ongoing. This is revealing what are demons who are engaging in that conduct. And it is pursuant to what is for the criminal objective of monitoring with communication devices in violation of Title 18. So I just want to be clear, ongoing movement of what is like Star Trek-like activity, light streaming, shooting into the car while they are driving straight. That is while the vehicle is parked on G Street, facing west, in front of what is the Tabor Professional Building, and they are driving east and west on G Street, and the state is aiming directed light horizontally across the dashboard, across the glove compartment, into the depths of the vehicle. And also while I'm facing, again, demons are focused on what I'm doing, when I'm doing it, what direction I'm looking, everything. And so as I look toward what is the passenger door, the state aiming directed light across the door onto the upper roof of that area. I want to be clear, this is directly relevant to what the demons, as I'm documenting them on podcast, you're hearing them sounding sirens. They're engaging in that demonic activity. All right. The POC is ongoing, and they're revealing their condition as well. So you're talking about what is criminal engagement in the monitoring elements, and also revealing your own demon possession. And that's exactly what the Ontario Fire Department just signed their signature. Not only that, the ongoing history of documenting them engaging in the POC as well. These are nothing but demons, and that's demonic conduct. And it's also prosecuted as what is terrorism. While the Ontario Fire Department are doing that with the demons who are patrolling around me, they're centered and focused around me, stalking to where it is that this entity is knows that I'm sleeping inside of a vehicle. All right. You're talking about a stalker at the bathroom, a stalker wherever it is that you're going, a stalker where you're sleeping, hovering over you just like that. That's what the Ontario Fire Department is. That's what they are doing. Now, it doesn't stop while they're stalking visibly and audibly on the street. They are still listening to every syllable. They're stalking and monitoring with this ongoing concentration of activity around me. This is a demonic entity that is focused on me. I am the center of the universe amongst the inferior that are the demon possessed, engaging in what is criminal conduct for which the entity, the totality of that entity, the comprehensive criminal system is going to be prosecuted. Okay. It's 8:05 p.m. and that's the ongoing POC, aiming directed light, aiming at what is amplified audible activity into the vehicle, concentrating on where I am in the same way that these demons are focused on where I am. All right. And that is the POC. Stalking at Woodside Senior Apartments, license 5SPE426. They're sitting in the dark at the gate. And the moment that I get out of the car, that is when the gates open. They're loitering in relevant position. I want to document the Ontario Fire Department crossing path and molesting with light while I'm inside of the vehicle, again at approximately 8:10 p.m. 8 TED 378. 4 RKW 785. 521YY, that's handicap. This is Woodside Senior Apartments located at 302 West G Street. They also have the property at 408 West G Street. The entirety of that property is engaged in federal stalking with the state sounding sirens, molesting with directed light, aiming directed light inside of the vehicle while the demon-possessed are maintaining light on the streets, sitting in the middle of the street. That's what I captured an image of, 8XLK091. And molesting and amplifying train activity inside of the vehicle, all matter of terrorism. And again, I will recite what are the actors that are in relevant position inside of their venues monitoring while the government is molesting. 8HA 391, substantially some of that's a black BMW. In relevant position is the Rite Aid property at 222 West G Street in Ontario. They're monitoring while the fire department and the paramedics of the fire department molest and sit around on dark corners waiting to cross path and then touch me with directed light. All right, and all these minions are sitting in the dark parking lot, just like I showed you under the fake sun that remained in Ontario on December 31st, 2021. They're in directed light. They're monitoring while the state is filling the vehicle with impossible light activity. And these are demons in the parking lot right now. I'm going to read license plates. 7SLT829 molesting. 6BLC330. They're all molesting because while I'm subject to that molestation, they're in relevant position monitoring. They're engaged in surveillance, okay? 5DFA267. 8DMH241. See this one. 44843F3. 8VKZ774. CA32S84, that's paper. The VIN number 3N1AB. 8CVONY216337 expires March 19, 2022. 8TBN852 7FKH789 8EBK362 E290BO 8TTG072. And again, this is a giant variety store. They're monitoring inside of the plaza with Rite Aid. The Kids Empire located at 130 West G Street. They are monitoring. They're in relevant position. License 7YJK465. License plate 7PTZ616. 8WPV038. 7ZTX743. Hold on. 7ZTX743. Yeah, that's correct. All right, license 7JAU876. It's currently 8:28 p.m. (7BWG440) 6AUD061, 7DGR015, 8WGM020, 3MQD083, BM16137, that's paper, 6NGW189, 7F68193. And this plaza, anchored by Rite Aid, is also creating light activity. The flashing light is a means of facilitation. 7FAS552. You understand how public establishments engage in the ongoing surveillance with the state engagement in the elements of monitoring. They're creating light activity. 5RLM089. 8NGV347. License 8CTV026. And it is currently 8:29 p.m. And that last license plate, sitting in the dark parking lot, engages in a molestation while they're sitting in the dark. After I read their license plate, then they're molesting. 5RLM089. That's a sex offender and a demon doing that. And that is Pizza Hut. That's parked in front of the Nails and Spa at the end of the plaza. All right, sitting in a dark car, not delivering a pizza. They're loitering in a relevant position, driving what is this TRD Sport, molesting with the state. As I read their license plate, let me remind you about this. And they're on the job, engaging in federal stalking and sexual violence. That's 8CTV026. Pizza Hut engaging in federal stalking. If you'll remind yourself about my documentation, I captured Pizza Hut engaging in federal stalking at the trails at San Dimas. Impossible light inside of the car on the dashboard, which is occurring while that demon is stalking in the path. Stalking with activity, meaning simultaneity of what I'm doing on my phone and appearing right behind the vehicle at a distance, and no light is aiming inside into the depths onto the glove compartment, which would be through the vehicle, through the chair, through my person, in order to arrive on the glove compartment in front of me. You're looking at that blue tinted directed light, not their headlights. They're demons that are stalking in the path. And that was Pizza Hut. That was documented in San Dimas, California on December 24th, 2021. All right, after I showed you what was a full day of the state keeping its fake sun in Los Angeles County, in San Dimas and Glendora, starting at 8:49 a.m., the fake sun over the vehicle, as I showed you at that property of the trails at San Dimas. That's the same Pizza Hut. That's P.O.C. That's the people of the state. A business which is a guise for, a cover for, and not a persuasive one, for what is criminal conduct by the state. Stalking in the middle of the street. That's a demon stalking in the path with light. 8ECE087, I believe. Can't really see that one, but this one is license plate. 8VEL534. All right, this is the same entity, 7SLT829 crossing path. This is the same entity that while they were driving on G Street, directed light spanning into the vehicle, which is not coming from headlights. Headlights does not create like laser-like, like an arcade type spanning horizontally through the windows. I mean, that's the only way that you're able to aim light in that direction through the vehicle. That's what the entity is doing while the demons are crossing paths, okay? This is impossible light activity. They are stalking. So I just got out to name some more of those actors molesting with the fire department and the paramedics, engaging in stalking. E29OBO, 7AVR376. That's Union Pacific, impossible audible activity. I'm in front of Guadalupe Wedding Chapel at 215 West G Street. 8GCP540. That's audible activity while you hear demons crossing path in vehicles. They're monitoring. 6FOT268. 7MBD013. It's currently 8:33 p.m. It's Palm and G Street. This is audible activity that lets you know that all of these demons who I'm going to document are monitoring. 8RXL751. That's the purpose of stalking with audible activity. That's the purpose of stalking with light, that terrorism that demons engage in, because everyone around in relevant position is monitoring. License 6JYT439, 6KZY267, 8V72206, 8PNR352. You hear that? That's evidence with which I'm going to prosecute. You cannot hear the train at this location. 4EDW869. That's also witnessing what's demonic. This impossible light, this impossible audio, it's demonic. 8CKH768. As though the minions inside of their homes are going to hear train activity from this distance. It's not the case. right? Satan disregards common sense because you're talking about what was never supposed to be documented or revealed, and they don't have any other way to engage in this conduct, and now it's being exposed, and it serves for a very easy prosecution upon documentation. 8 GEN 577. Light activity at 622 Palm Avenue. Stalking with light, molesting. License plate 4A50327 7GDE 612 5NQM 928. All right, this is license plate 4SJZ591. Right, upon walking outside, there's no vibration of the sidewalk, there's no vibration of the ground. Right, when they're driving by, there is no light spanning across like Star Trek on the outside of the cars. The state is concentrating activity where I'm at, and you get out and you document as many sex offenders in relevant position, because they're all engaging to that sexually violent molestation with engineered light so that they can monitor you. 7 PEH 028 8 DGT 113. License 8 LXU 830 molesting. (8 WYK 129). 7 MSL 276. 8 FVX 116. 88091 Z2. 6 NQU 324. 6YOX 838. That is the minion associated with the venue located at 325 West G Street. 6B14830. 7YAK 814. 7DXN 966. 7PWU 252. 8KTN 515. 7WON 118. 8Y11949. And it is currently 8:38 p.m. Six LTE 296. 8 FQX 103. 5 TRU 229. 'This demon is on the cameras of 7-Eleven. 8 WKA 665. License 8 UQK 949. 93196N1. Let's see. Go. BRUCE 83 molesting. 7ZNH 854 molesting. 7NYF 576. 7BXR 845 91744L1. 8 EGT 973. 8 EVR 856 or 956. Let's see, license 6 DIT 768. 762770 3UDM 268 5UBV 367 8BHT 917 7C39 738 6WOX 695 5TOS 348 excuse me 7JSR 504 5GCP 823 8XRY 266 5ZFD 633 8YTC 005 5FJU 394 5EGB 646 63866G2. And this is Country Vias. This is the other property in relevant position monitoring, okay? And it is 504, 502, 506. What is this street? F Street. Yeah, those addresses are in F Street. 24E3 702 8E42696. This was the apartment complex I was referencing, DQTPY, Country Vias. This is the apartment complex I was referencing and I couldn't recall the name of. They're right here in relevant position as well. All right, I'm gonna read these on the opposite side of the street, so I may have read them already. 8JAK 733. Yeah, I know I read that one. $7BXR845 6TGPO59. This is 621, 619, 617, 615 Vine Street, the same property, Courtyard Vias Apartments. This demon waiting to molest, coming out of 7-Eleven, waiting to touch, a predator, 8MDF266, a black-faced demon-possessed stalker monitoring with law enforcement. All right, wanting you to think that it has something to do with some Black Lives Matter, the race of that demon-possessed stalker, and it doesn't. 6NIN840. $94165H3. 7LZC966, and this predator waiting to touch, license plate CWL0648, and that's an Arizona plate. Remember, that's both subsections 1 and 2. 7LZC966 is monitoring to that demon's audible activity and directed light. Let's see, 33250H2, AL32P86 paper, $7PXY313, 7PIF261. $47274H3. License plates. 5YGF. Can't really see the rest of that one. Let's see. 8MBL068. Molesting. License 5SQD580 molesting, and 8NDK612 molesting. 90348T2 molesting. They're monitoring to that sexual violence while you're being molested with directed light. 6VFW995. License 8UKM476. License 7BVW367. All of them molesting. It's 8:44 p.m. License plate. Touching. 6WZN375. Molesting. Touching while they're stalking. 8MFB122, 6EXGO25, and I believe I documented that demon before, way back in 2019. Engaged in prolonged stalking. It's 8:45 p.m. Get one of these demons, because these are the same ones that are driving by in like an arcade inside of the car. They're predators and they're demons. 3Y88351. Stalking. It's currently 8:45 p.m. All right, this demon, license plate, 8GPB 812, I believe. And it is 8:47 p.m. 5WFM 238, I believe. It is 8:47 p.m. All right, license plate 8TGJ 378, 8TT 5591, 7SFW 851. Alrighty, that is just a sample of what is the entity that is engaging in ceaseless stalking. Okay, so aiming what is directed light, stepping out and getting, identifying the entity as I encounter them outside of the vehicle, and also documenting what are the addresses of third parties in relevant position, and what are facilitating venues while that activity is concentrated on me. That is the same prosecution for being a psychopath stalker. Engaging in what is being the conduct of a sex offender, doing so on behalf of the government, and that sex offender, that stalker, is engaged in that ceaseless conduct. It is ceaseless, okay? So stepping out, understand that is just a sample of the entity, and in the same way, understand how this documentation works, how prosecuting the entity works. Country Vias, that property is a third-party facilitating venue. They are being documented as engaging in what is a ceaseless sex offense. While they are sitting in whatever address it is, that entire property is identified as a third party, engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring. I do not need to know their names. This is the people of the state engaging in surveillance on behalf of the government, and that is why you have what are the hallmarks that I have shown you, which is directed light, which is occurring at every single location. And this is how the government is engaging in what is surveillance through the people who have no shelter in wherever it is they live, wherever it is they work, wherever it is that they are in relevant position. And the state is engaging in that ongoing pattern of aiming directed light inside of the vehicle, while demons, third parties, are crossing paths, including state actors such as the fire department and the paramedics. All right, it's the ongoing engagement in the entity. Third party group stalkers, such as companies such as Union Pacific, engage in the pattern of conduct, which is the equal prosecution for a sex offender, while they provide a soundtrack to your sexual molestation, while the criminal elements of monitoring are underway. And so in the same way, this is documentation of what is Union Pacific to be prosecuted as what is a perpetual sex offender on behalf of the government, in concert with the people of the state, which is a prosecution for what is terrorism, while interstate stalking is underway, okay? It is currently 9:09 p.m. The entity is engaging in that ongoing P.O.C. The sex offender is relentless. The sex offender is an animal. These are demons engaging in this conduct and stepping out and getting what is a sample of that entity, All right. That is what I documented. That's what you're listening to. And again, identifying the third parties by addresses, by what is images, by engaging in the stalking conduct, which is done on behalf of that government, of that entity. And so you've got a demon that's at a distance in the middle of the street, aiming their headlights toward me. That's stalking with light. That is indicative of what Country Villas is doing. Understand, they are monitoring to that ongoing stalking conduct, keeping me surrounded with that environment, which is terrorism. And that's how you're able to prosecute an entire entity. That's how nobody is getting away with anything as well. And it is ceaseless. So you're talking about what is the prosecution that is spread across like Miracle Whip. All right. You're talking about what is indiscriminate. And that's also flipping on the head what the government is doing. Group stalking, terrorizing, stalking with and molesting via and with every single last person that you can fathom, that you can identify. You're talking about, it's not just people. You're talking about inside of a business. If you can't even identify a license plate, you can name a venue by the name of that company, by the name of that establishment, by the address of that third-party venue, wherever it is that they live. And this is what I'm speaking to, all the ways in which you are able to document, which is nothing other than the government. You're documenting the government. The government is inside of what is 325 West G Street. That minion that lives there is nothing but a third-party group stalker who was monitoring and surveilling and sexually violating on behalf of that government. And that's why you have what is directed light inside of a vehicle, which is their ongoing simultaneous documentation and prosecution for that. All right. So it's 9:11 p.m. and that is the ongoing pattern of conduct while the entity is also listening to the fact that it is being documented. That goes toward what is the impermissible threat, what is the grounds for what is all the ways in which you prosecute a psychopath that is engaging in threatening your life and sexually violating you, and doing so with knowledge of the fact that you are documenting them. And this is going to what is the creation of necessary policy when you're dealing with abnormal actors. And that's what the demon possessed are. They're entirely abnormal in every way. This is seen through the light activity. This is seen through stalking with an entirely fake environment, a fake sun over your head. You're not dealing with normal people. You're dealing with animals. That's what the demon possessed are. They're cockroaches. And as I get out and I identify them by license plate, they are continuously engaged in the P.O.C. And that, so like I've said before, the demons that I identified by license plate, business, address, etc., in 2020 in Los Angeles County, they're still being documented to date. They're engaging in criminal conduct with the government. That P.O.C. doesn't stop. All right. And that documentation, that prosecution with which they are engaging in that ongoing P.O.C., in other words, they are threatening via Omnitrans, that ignoramus with bad skin at the Fontana Metrolink train station. They're speaking as an entity. They're acting as an entity. They're stalking and monitoring, sexually violating as an entity. Unprecedented criminal conduct at every turn. All right. It is currently 9:12 p.m. The state is engaging in that ongoing pattern of conduct, just getting more identification of the demons that are engaging in that unheard of conduct. It's absolutely abnormal, speaking to what is the abnormal condition, which is revealed as it is. It's their demons engaging in that. And the demon possessed are engaging in what is interstate stalking. They are monitoring with communication devices. It's 9:13 p.m. and that is P.O.C.